committed many other abominable crimes. The answer of the other spirit was, "He comes not hither and will never come." And this, said he, was one of the dreadful sights which we ourselves witnessed. We were at the mouth of the cavern, and having completed all our experiences, were about to rescend, when of a sudden Audiobooks appeared and several others, most of whom were tyrants. And there were also, besides the tyrants, private individuals who had been great criminals. They were just as they fancied, about to return into the upper world, but the mouth, instead of admitting them, gave a raw whenever any of these incurable sinners, or someone who had not been sufficiently punished, tried to ascend. And then wild men of fiery aspect, who were standing by and heard the sound, 616 seized and carried them off. And Audiobooks and others they bound head and foot and hand, and threw them down and flayed them with scourges, and dragged them along the road at the side, caught them on thorns like wool, and declaring to the passers-by what were their crimes. And that they were being taken away to be cast into hell. And of all the many terrors which they had endured, he said that there was none like the terror which each of them felt at that moment, lest they should hear the voice. And when there was silence, one by one they ascended with exceeding joy. These, said were the penalties and retributions, and there were blessings as great. 333:7 reading Alpha Let 1 F50 Tau Omicron Chi Epsilon Iota Rho Alpha Sigma. 8 reading Kappa Alpha Let 1 F76 Let 1 F45 Tau Iota. Be now when the spirits which were in the meadow had tarried 7 days, on the 8th they were obliged to proceed on their journey, and on the 4th day after, he said that they came to a place where they could see from above a line of light, straight as a column, extending right through the whole heaven and through the earth, in color resembling the rainbow, only brighter and purer. Another day's journey brought them to the place, and there, in the sea midst of the light, they saw the ends of the chains of heaven let down from above. For this light is the belt of heaven, and holds together the circle of the universe like the undergirders of a trireme. From these ends is extended the spindle of necessity, on which all the revolutions turn. The shaft and hook of this spindle are made of steel, and the wall is made partly of steel and also partly of other materials. The walls representing the spheres of the heavenly bodies. Now the wall is in form like the wall used on earth, and the description of it implied that there is one large hollow wall which is quite scooped out, and into this is fitted another lesser one, and another, and 4 others, making 8 in all, like vessels which fit into one another. The walls show their edges on the upper side, and on their lower side all together form one continuous wall. This is pierced by the spindle, which is driven home through the center of the 8th. The first and outermost wall has the rim broadest, and the 7 inner walls are narrower in the following proportions. The 6th is next to the first in size, the 4th next to the 6th, then comes the 8th, the 7th is 5th, the 5th is 6th, the 3rd is 7th, last and 8th comes the 2nd. The largest or fixed stars is spangled, and the 7th or sun is brightest. The 8th or moon 617 colored by the reflected light of the 7th. The 2nd and 5th Saturn and Mercury are in color like one another, and yellower than the preceding. The 3rd Venus has the whitest light, the 4th Mars is reddish, the 6th Jupiter is in whiteness 2nd. Now the whole spindle has the same motion, but as the whole revolves in one direction, the 7 inner circles move slowly in the other, and of these the swiftest is the 8th. Next in swiftness are the B7th, 6th, and 5th, which move together. 3rd in swiftness appeared to move according to the law of this 334 reversed motion the 4th. The 3rd appeared 4th and the 2nd 5th. The spindle turns on the knees of necessity, and on the upper surface of each circle is a siren, who goes round with them, hymning a single tone or note. The 8 together form one harmony, and round about, at equal intervals, see there is another band, 3 in number, each sitting upon her throne. These are the Fates, daughters of necessity, who are clothed in white robes and have chaplets upon their heads, Lachesis and Clotho and Atropos, who accompany with their voices the harmony of the sirens, Lachesis singing of the past, Clotho of the present, Atropos of the future. Clotho from time to time assisting with a touch of her right hand the revolution of the outer circle of the wall or spindle, and Atropos with her left hand touching and guiding the inner ones, and Lachesis laying hold of either in turn, first with one hand and then with the other. When and the spirits arrived, their duty was to go at once to Lachesis. But first of all there came a prophet who arranged them in order. Then he took from the knees of Lachesis lots and samples of lives, and having mounted a high pulpit, spoke as follows, the proclamation of the free choice. Hear the word of Lachesis, the daughter of necessity. Mortal souls, behold a new cycle of life and mortality. Your genius will not be allotted to you, but you will choose your genius. And let him who draws the first lot have the first choice, and the life which he chooses shall be his destiny. Virtue is free, and as a man honors or dishonors her, he will have more or less of her. The responsibility is with the chooser. God is justified. When the interpreter had thus spoken, he scattered lots indifferently among them all, and each of them took up the lot which fell near him, all but himself he was not allowed. And each, as he took his lot, perceived the number which he had obtained. 618. Then the interpreter placed on the ground before them the samples of lives, and there were many more lives than the souls present, and they were of all sorts. There were lives of every animal and of man in every condition, and there were tyrannies among them, some lasting out the tyrant's life, others which broke off in the middle and came to an end in poverty and exile and beggary. And there were 335 lives of famous men, some who were famous for their form and beauty as well as for their strength and success in games, again, for their birth and the qualities of their ancestors, and some who were the reverse of famous for the opposite qualities. And of women likewise, there was not, however, any definite character in them, because the soul, when choosing a new life, must of necessity become different. But there was every other quality, and they all mingled with one another, and also with elements of wealth and poverty, and disease and health, and there were mean states also. And here, my dear Glaucon, is the supreme peril of our human state, and therefore the utmost care should be taken. The complexity of circumstances. See, let each one of us leave every other kind of knowledge and seek and follow one thing only, if peradventure he may be able to learn, and may find someone who will make him able to learn and discern between good and evil, and so to choose always and everywhere the better life as he has opportunity. He should consider the bearing of all these things which have been mentioned severally and collectively upon virtue, and their relation to the human soul. He should know what the effect of beauty is when combined with poverty or wealth in a deep particular soul, and what are the good and evil consequences of noble and humble birth, of private and public station, of strength and weakness, of cleverness and dullness, and of all the natural and acquired gifts of the soul, and the operation of them when conjoined. He will then look at the nature of the soul, and from the consideration of all these qualities he will be able to determine which is the better and which is the worse. And so he will choose, giving the name of evil to the life which will make his soul more unjust, and good to the life which will make his soul more just. All else he will disregard. For we have seen and know that this is 619, the best choice both in life and after death. A man must take with him into the world below an adamantine faith in truth and right, that there too he may be undazzled by the desire of wealth or the other allurements of evil, lest, coming upon tyrannies and similar villainies, he do irremediable wrongs to others and suffer yet worse himself. But let him know how to choose the mean and avoid the extremes on either side, as far as possible, not only in this life, but 336 in all be that which is to come. For this is the way of happiness, And according to the report of the messenger from the other world, this was what the prophet said at the time: even for the last comer, if he chooses wisely and will live diligently, there is appointed a happy and not undesirable existence. Let not him who chooses first be careless, and let not the last despair. And when he had spoken, he who had the first choice came forward, and in a moment chose the greatest tyranny. His mind having been darkened by folly and sensuality, he had not thought out the whole matter before he chose, and did not at first sight perceive that he was fated, among other evils, to devour his own children. But when he had time to reflect, and saw what was in the lot, he began to beat his breast and lament over his choice, forgetting the proclamation of the prophet, for instead of throwing the blame of his misfortune on himself, he accused chance and the gods and everything rather than himself. Habit not enough without philosophy when circumstances change. Now he was one of those who came from heaven, and in a former life had dwelt in a well-ordered state, but his virtue was a matter of habit only, and he had no philosophy. And it was true of others who were similarly overtaken, that the greater number of them came from heaven, and therefore they had never been schooled by trial, whereas the pilgrims who came from earth, having themselves suffered and seen others suffer, were not in a hurry to choose. And owing to this inexperience of theirs, and also because the lot was a chance, many of the souls exchanged a good destiny for an evil, or an evil for a good. For if a man had always on his arrival in this world dedicated himself from the first to sound philosophy, and had been moderately fortunate in the number of the lot, he might, as the messenger reported, be happy here, and also his journey to another life and return to this, instead of being rough and underground, would be smooth and heavenly. The spectacle of the election. Most curious, he said, was the spectacle, sad and laughable and strange. For the choice of the souls, 620, was in most cases based on their experience of a previous life. There he saw the soul which had once been Orpheus choosing the life of a swan out of enmity to the race of women, hating to be born of a woman because they had 337 been his murderers. He beheld also the soul of Thamyras choosing the life of a nightingale, birds, on the other hand, like the swan and other musicians, wanting to be men. The bee-soul which obtained the 20th 9 lot chose the life of a lion, and this was the soul of Ajax, the son of Telamon, who would not be a man, remembering the injustice which was done him in the judgment about the alms. The next was Agamemnon, who took the life of an eagle, because, like Ajax, he hated human nature by reason of his sufferings. About the middle came the lot of Atalanta. She, seeing the great fame of an athlete, was unable to resist the temptation. And after her Sethe followed the soul of Epius, the son of Panopeus, passing into the nature of a woman cunning in the arts. And far away among the last who chose, the soul of the jester Thersites was putting on the form of a monkey. There came also the soul of Odysseus, having yet to make a choice, and his lot happened to be the last of them all. Now the recollection of former toils had disenchanted him of ambition, and he went about for a considerable time in search of the life of a private man who had no cares. He had some difficulty in finding this, which was lying about and had been neglected by everybody else. Damned when he saw it, he said that he would have done the same had his lot been first instead of last, and that he was delighted to have it. All the souls had now chosen their lives, and they went in the order of their choice to Lachesis, who sent with them the genius whom they had severally chosen, to be the guardian of their lives and the fulfiller of the choice. This genius led the souls first to Clotho, and drew them within the revolution of the spindle impelled by her hand, thus ratifying the destiny of each. And then, when they were fastened to this, carried them to Atropos, who spun the threads and made 621 them irreversible, whence without turning round they passed beneath the throne of necessity. And when they had all passed, they marched on in a scorching heat to the plain of 338 forgetfulness, which was a barren waste destitute of trees and verdure, and then towards evening they encamped by the river of unmindfulness, whose water no vessel can hold. Of this they were all obliged to drink a certain quantity, and those who were not saved by wisdom drank more than was necessary, and each one as he drank forgot all things. And not only did men pass into animals, but I must also mention that there were animals tame and wild who changed into one another and into corresponding human natures, the good into the gentle and the evil into the savage, in all sorts of combinations. 9 reading epsilon letter 1 F30 kappa omicron sigma tau eta nu. Be now after they had gone to rest, about the middle of the night there was a thunderstorm and earthquake, and then in an instant they were driven upwards in all manner of ways to their birth, like stars shooting. He himself was hindered from drinking the water, but in what manner or by what means he returned to the body he could not say. Only, in the morning, awaking suddenly, he found himself lying on the pyre. And thus, Glaucon, the tale has been saved and has not perished. Cand will save us if we are obedient to the words spoken. And we shall pass safely over the river of forgetfulness, and our soul will not be defiled. Wherefore my counsel is that we hold fast ever to the heavenly way and follow after justice and virtue always, considering that the soul is immortal and able to endure every sort of good and every sort of evil. Thus shall we live dear to one another and to the gods, both while remaining here and when, like deconquerors in the games who go round to gather gifts, we receive our reward, and it shall be well with us both in this life and in the pilgrimage of 1,000 years which we have been describing. Index A. Abdera Protagoras of 10, 600 c. Abortion allowed in certain cases 5, 461 c. Absolute beauty 5, 476, 479, 6, 494a, 501b, 507b. Absolute good 6, 507b, 7, 540a. Absolute justice 5, 479, 6, 501b, 7, 517e. Absolute swiftness and slowness 7, 529d. Absolute temperance 6, 501b. Absolute unity 7, 524e, 525e. The absolute and the many 6, 507. Abstract ideas origin of 7, 523. CP. Idea. Achaeans 3, 389e, 390e, 393 AD, 394a. Achilles, the son of Peleus, third in descent from Zeus 3, 391c. His grief, Ib. 388a. His avarice, cruelty, and insolence, Ib. 390e, 391a.b. His master Phoenix, Ib. 390e. Active life, age for 7, 539, 540. Actors cannot perform both tragic and comic parts. 3, 395a. Adamantus, son of Ariston, a person in the dialogue 1, 327c. His genius 2, 368a. Distinguished at the Battle of Megara, Ibid. Takes up the discourse, Ib. 362d. 368e, 376d. 419a, 6, 487a, 8, 548e. Urges Socrates to speak in detail about the community of women and children. 5, 449. Adrastea prayed to. 5, 451a. Adultery. 5, 461a. Aeschylus quoted. SCT. 451, 8. 550c. 592, 2. 361b. E. 593 Ib. 362a. Niobe Fr. 146, 3. 391e. Fr. 151, 2. 380a. Xanthians Fr. 159 Ib. 381d. Fab. Insert. 266 ib 383b 326 8 563 c Aesculapius c Asclepius. Affinity degrees of 5 461. Agamemnon his dream 2 383a. His gifts to Achilles 3 390e. His anger against Chryses ib 392e fall, shown by Palaemes in the play to be a ridiculous general 7 522d. His soul becomes an eagle 10 620b. Age for active life 7 539 540. For marriage 5 460. For philosophy 7 539. Agent and patient have the same qualities 437. Aglaon, father of Leontius 439e. Agriculture, tools required for 2 370c. Ajax, the son of Telamon 10 620b. The reward of his bravery 5 468d. His soul turns into a lion 10 620b. Alcinous, tales of 10 614b. Allegory cannot be understood by the young 2 378e. Ambition, disgraceful 1 347b cp. 7 520d. Characteristic of the timocratic state and man 8 545 548 550b 553e. Easily passes into avarice ib 553e. Assigned 340 to the passionate element of the soul 9 581a. Ambitious men 5 475a 6 485b. Emils the river equals Leth 10 621a c. Amusement, a means of education 425a 7 537a. Anachasis the Scythian, his inventions 10 600a. Analogy of the arts applied to rulers 1 341. Of the arts and justice ib 349. Of men and animals 2 375 5 459. Anapistic rhythms 3 400b. Anarchy begins in music 424 ECP. Laws 3 701b. In democracies 8 562d. Anger stirred by injustice 440. Animals, liberty enjoyed by in a democracy 8 562e. 563c. Choose their destiny in the next world 10 620d cp. Fida 249b. Anticipations of pleasure and pain 9 584d. Aphrodite bound by Hephaestus 3 390c. Apollo song of at the nuptials of Thetis 2 383a. Apollo and Achilles 3 391a. Chryses prayer to ib 394a. Laud of the Lyre ib 399e. Father of Asclepius ib 408c. The god of Delphi 427a. Appearance power of 2 365b 366c. Appetite good and bad 5 475c. Appetites the 8 559 9 571 cp. 439. Appetitive element of the soul 439 cp. Tim 70e must be subordinate to reason and passion 442a 9 571d. May be described as the love of gain 9 581a. Arcadia, temple of Lycaean Zeus in 8 565d. Archilochus quoted 2 365c. Architecture 438c. Necessity of pure taste in 3 401. Audius, tyrant of Pamphylia, his eternal punishment 10 615c. Ares and Aphrodite 3 390c. Argos Agamemnon, king of 3 393e. argument, the longer and the shorter method of 435, 6. 504, misleading nature of a daemantis, 6. 487, youthful love of 7. 539 CP, Phil 15e, for the personification of the argument, see personification. Arian 5. 453e, aristocracy, i.e. the ideal state or government of the best, 445 CP. 8. 544e, 545d, and C state, mode of its decline, 8. 546, the aristocratical man, 7. 541b, 8. 544 EC guardians, philosopher, ruler, in the ordinary sense of the word, 1. 338d, CP, constitution. Ariston, father of Glaucon, 1. 327 ACP, 2. 368a. Aristonomus, father of Cleitophon, 1. 328b. Arithmetic must be learnt by the rulers, 7. 522 526. Use of informing ideas, Ib. 524 Fall, CP. 10. 602. Spirit in which it should be pursued, 7. 525d. Common notions about mistaken, Ib. E. An excellent instrument of education, Ib. 526 CP. Laws 5. 747. Employed in order to express the interval between the king and the tyrant, 9. 587. CP. Mathematics. Arminius, father of the Pamphylian, 10. 614b. Alms, throwing away of disgraceful, 5. 468a. Alms of Hellenes not to be offered as trophies in the temples, Ib. 470a. Army needed in a state, 2. 374. Art, influence of on character, 3. 400 Fall. Art of building, Ib. 401a. 438c. Carpentry, 428c. Calculation, 7. 524 526b. 10. 341 602. Cookery, 1. 332c. Dyeing, 429d. Embroidery, 3. 401a. Exchange, 2. 369c. Measurement, 10. 602. Money making, 1. 338. 556. Payment, 1. 346. Tactics, 7. 522e. 525b. Weaving, 3. 401a. 5. 455d. Weighing, 10. 602d. The arts exercised for the good of their subject, 1. 342, 345, 347 CP. Youthif, 13. Interested in their own perfection, 1. 342. Differ according to their functions, Ib. 346. Full of grace, 3. 401a. Must be subject to a censorship, Ib. B. Causes of the deterioration of 421. Employment of children in 5. 467a. Ideals in Ib. 472d. Chiefly useful for practical purposes, 7. 533a. The arts and philosophy, 6. 495e. 496c. CP. Supra 5. 475d. 476a. The handicraft arts a reproach, 9. 590c. The lesser arts, tau epsilon shine u epsilon delta rho iota alpha, 5. 475d. Tau epsilon shine u iota alpha, 6. 495d. 3 arts concerned with all things, 10. 601. Art, according to the conception of Plato, is not a collection of canons of criticism, but a subtle influence which pervades all things animate as well as inanimate, 3. 401. He knows nothing of schools or of the history of art, nor does he select any building or statue for condemnation or admiration. CP. Protag. 311c, where Pheidias is casually mentioned as the typical sculptor, and Meno 91d, where Socrates says that Pheidias, although he wrought such exceedingly noble works, did not make nearly so much money by them as Protagoras did by his wisdom. Plato judges art by one test, simplicity, but under this he includes moderation, purity, and harmony of proportion, and he would extend to sculpture and architecture the same rigid censorship which he has already applied to poetry and music. 3. 401a. He dislikes the illusions of painting. 10. 602, and the false proportions given by sculptors to their subjects. Soph. 234e, both of which he classes as a species of magic. With more justice, he points out the danger of an excessive devotion to art. Cp. The ludicrous pictures of the unmanly musician. 3. 411, and of the dilettante who run about to every chorus. 5. 475, but he hopes to save his guardians from effeminacy by the severe discipline and training of their early years. Sparta and Athens are to be combined. Cp. Introduction. P. CLXX. The citizens will live, as Adeimantus complains, like a garrison of mercenaries. 419, but they will be surrounded by an atmosphere of grace and beauty, which will insensibly instill noble and true ideas into their minds. Artisans necessary in the state. 2. 370, have no time to be ill. 3. 406d. Artist the Great. 10. 596 cp. Laws. 10. 902e. The true artist does not work for his own benefit. 1. 346, 347. Artists must imitate the good only. 3. 401c. Asclepiadae. 3. 405d, 408b. 10. 599c. Asclepius, son of Apollo. 3. 408c. Not ignorant of the lingering treatment. Ib. 406d. A statesman. Ib. 407e. Said by the poets to have been bribed to restore a rich man to life. Ib. 408b. Left disciples. 10. 599c. Descendants of 3. 406a. His sons at Troy. Ibid. Assaults trials for will be unknown in the best state. 5. 464e. Astronomy must be studied by the rulers. 7. 527, 530. Spirit in which it should be pursued. Ib. 529, 530. 342 Atalanta chose the life of an athlete. 10. 620b. Athenae not to be considered author of the strife between Trojans and Achaeans. 2. 379e. Athenian confectionery. 3. 404e. Athens, corpses exposed outside the northern wall of 439e. Athlete. Atalanta chooses the soul of an 10. 620b. Athletes obliged to pay excessive attention to diet. 3. 404a. Sleep away their lives. Ibid. Are apt to become brutalized. Ib. 410, 411 cp. 7. 535d. The guardians athletes of war. 3. 403e. 404b. 422. 7. 521e. 8. 543 cp. Laws. 8. 830. Atridae. 3. 393a. Atropos, one of the Fates, her song. 10. 617c. Spins the threads of destiny and makes them irreversible. Ib. 620e. Attic Confections. 3. 404e. Audience. See Spectata. Autolycus, praised by Homer. 1. 334a. Auxiliaries, the young warriors of the state. 3. 414. Compared to dogs. 2. 376. 440d. 5. 451d. Have silver mingled in their veins. 3. 415a. cp. Guardians. Avarice, disgraceful. 1. 347b. Forbidden in the Guardians. 3. 390e. Falsely imputed to Achilles and Asclepius by the poets. Ib. 391b. 408c. characteristic of democracy and oligarchy. 8. 548a 553. B. Barbarians regard nakedness as improper. 5. 452. The natural enemies of the Hellenes. Ib. 469d 470 CCP. Paul 262d. Peculiar forms of government among 8. 544d. Beast the Great. 6. 493. The Many-Headed. 9. 588. 589. The Wild Beast Within Us. Ib. 571. 572. Beautiful the and the good are one. 5. 452. The many beautiful contrasted with absolute beauty. 6. 507b. Beauty as a means of education. 3. 401 fall. Absolute beauty. 5. 476. 479. 6. 494a. 501b. 507b CP. Laws 2. 655c. Becoming the passage from to being. 7. 518d, 521d, 525d. Beds the figure of the 3. 10. 596. B. Masters. 8. 564c. Being and not being. 5. 477. True being the object of the philosopher's desire. 6. 484. 485. 486e. 490. 500c. 7. 521. 537d. 9. 581. 582c CP. 5. 475e. 7. 520b. 525 and Fido 82. Fida 249. Theat 173e. Soph 249d. 254. Concerned with the invariable. 9. 585c. Belief c. Faith. Bendidia, a feast of Artemis. 1. 354 ACP. 327 AB. Bendes, a title of Artemis. 1. 327a. Bias of Preen. 1. 335e. Birds breeding of at Athens. 5. 459. Blessed, islands of the 7. 519c. 540b. Body the not self-sufficing. 1. 341e. Excessive care of inimical to virtue. 3. 407 CP. 9. 591d. Has less truth and essence than the soul. 9. 585d. Harmony of body and soul. 3. 402d. Body the and the members. Comparison of the state to. 5. 462d. 464b. Boxing. 4. 422. Brass and iron mingled by the god in the husbandman and craftsman. 3. 415a CP. 8. 547a. Breeding of animals. 5. 459. Building, art of. 3. 401a. 4. 438c. Burial of the guardians. 3. 414a. 5. 465e. 469a. 7. 540b CP. Laws 12. 947. 343c. Calculation art of corrects the illusions of sight. 10. 602 CP. 7. 524. The talent for accompanied by general quickness. 7. 526b. CP. Arithmetic, Captain, Parable of the Deaf. 6. 488. Carpentry. 4. 428c. Causes, Final, Argument from Applied to Justice. 1. 352. 6. 491e. 495b. Of Crimes. 8. 552d. 9. 575a. Cave, the image of the. 7. 514 Fall. 532 CP. 539e. Censorship of Fiction. 2. 377. 3. 386. 391. 401a. 408c. 10. 595 Fall. CP. Laws 7. 801, 811, of the arts 3, 401, Cos Prodicus of 10, 600 c, Cephalus, father of Polemarchus 1, 327b, offers sacrifice ib 328b 331d, his views on old age ib 328e, his views on wealth ib 330 a fall. Cephalus of Clazomne 1, 330b, Cerberus, two natures in 1, 9, 588c, Chance in War 5, 467e, blamed by men for their misfortunes 10, 619c, change in music not to be allowed 4, 424 cp, laws 7, 799, character differences of in men 1, 329 dcp, Paul 307, in women 5, 456, affected by the imitation of unworthy objects 3, 395, national character 4, 435 cp, laws 5, 747, great characters may be ruined by bad education 6, 491e 495b, 7, 519, faults of character 6, 503 cp. Theat 144b, Charmantides the Paeanian, present at the dialogue 1, 328b, Charondas, lawgiver of Italy and Sicily 10, 599e, Cheese 2, 372c, 3, 405e, Charon, teacher of Achilles 3, 391c, children have spirit but not reason 4, 441a, y under authority 9, 590e, in the state 3, 415, 5, 450e, 457 fall, 8, 543, must not hear improper stories 2, 377, 3, 391c, must be reared amid fair sights and sounds 3, 401, must receive education even in their plays 4, 425a, 7, 537 acp, laws 1, 643b, must learn to ride 5, 467 cp, laws 7, 804c, must go with their fathers and mothers into war 5, 467, 7, 537a, transfer of children from one class to another 3, 415, 4, 423d, exposure of children allowed 5, 460c, 461c, illegitimate children ib 461a, chimera, two natures in 1, 9, 588c, chines, presented to the brave warrior 5, 468d, Chryses, the priest of Apollo, Iliad I. 11 fall, 3, 392e fall, Cithara c harp, citizens of the best state compared to a garrison of mercenaries Adamantus, 4, 419 cp. 8, 543, will form one family 5, 462 fall, see Guardians, city situation of the 3, 415, the city of pigs 2, 372, the heavenly city 9, 592, cities most, divided between rich and poor 4, 422e, 8, 551 ECP, laws 12, 945e, the game of cities 4, 422e, CP, constitution state. Classes in the state should be kept distinct 2, 374, 3, 397e, 415a, 4, 421, 433a, 434, 441e, 443, 5, 453 CP, 8, 552a and laws 8, 846e, Cleitophon, the son of Aristonomus, present at the dialogue 1, 328b, interposes on behalf of Thrasymachus, ib 340a, cleverness, no match for honesty 3, 409c CP, 10, 613c, not often united with a steady character. 6. 344 503 CP, Theat, 144b, needs an ideal direction. 7. 519 CP, Laws 7. 819a, Clotho, Second of the Fates. 10. 617c, 620e, Sings of the Present. Ib. 617c, The Souls Brought to Her. Ib. 620e, Colors, Comparison of 9. 585a, Contrast of. Ib. 586c, Indelible Colors. 4. 429, Colors of Poetry. 10. 601a, Comedy cannot be allowed in the state. 3. 394 CP, Laws 7. 816d, accustoms the mind to vulgarity. 10. 606. Same actors cannot act both tragedy and comedy. 3. 395. Common life in the state. 5. 458. 464 fall. Common meals of the guardians. 3. 416. Common meals for women. 5. 458 DCP. Laws 6. 781. 7. 806e. 8. 839d. Common property among the guardians. 3. 416e. 4. 420a. 422d. 5. 464. 8. 543. Community of women and children. 3. 416. 5. 450e. 457 fall. 462. 464. 8. 543 ACP. Laws 5. 739c, of property. 3. 416e. 4. 420a. 422d. 5. 464. 8. 543, of feeling. 5. 464. Community. The communism of the Republic seems to have been suggested by Plato's desire for the unity of the state. CP. 5. 462 fall. If those two small pestilent words, meum and tuum, which have engendered so much strife among men and created so much mischief in the world, could be banished from the lips and thoughts of mankind, the ideal state would soon be realized. The citizens would have parents, wives, children, and property in common. They would rejoice in each other's prosperity and sorrow at each other's misfortune. They would call their rulers not lords and masters, but friends and saviors. Plato is aware that such a conception could hardly be carried out in this world, and he evades or adjourns rather than solves the difficulty by the famous assertion that only when the philosopher rules in the city will the ills of human life find an end. CP. Introduction. P. CLXZI. In the Krishas, where the ideal state, as Plato himself hints to us, 110d, is to some extent reproduced in an imaginary description of ancient Attica, property is common, but there is no mention of a community of wives and children. Finally, in the Laws 5. 739, Plato, while still maintaining the blessings of communism, recognizes the impossibility of its realization and sets about the construction of a second-best state in which the rights of property are conceded, although, according to Aristotle Paul, Roman 2, 6, section 4, he gradually reverts to the ideal polity in all except a few unimportant particulars. Conception thereof truth by the philosopher. 6. 490a. Confidence and courage. 4. 430b. Confiscation of the property of the rich in democracies. 8. 565. Constitution the aristocratic is the ideal state sketched in BK. Roman 4 CP. 8. 544e. 545d. Defective forms of constitution. 4. 445b. 8. 544 CP. Paul 291e. Fall. Aristocracy, in the ordinary sense. 1. 338d. Timocracy or spot in polity. 8. 545 fall. oligarchy ib. 550 fall. 554 democracy ib. 555 fall. 557 tyranny ib. 544 562 cp. Government state. Contentiousness, a characteristic of democracy 8. 548. Contracts. In some states not protected by law 8. 556a. Contradiction, nature of 436. 10. 602e. Power of 5. 454a. 345. Convention, justice, a matter of 2. 359a. Conversation should not be personal 6. 500b. Conversion of the soul 7. 518. 521. 525 cp. Laws 12. 957e. Cookery, art of employed in the definition of justice 1. 332c. Corinthian courtesans 3. 404d. Corpses not to be spoiled 5. 469. Correlative and relative qualifications of 437 fall. cp. Gog 476. How corrected 7. 524. Corruptio optimi pessima 6. 491. Corruption the of youth not to be attributed to the sophists but to public opinion 6. 492a. Courage required in the guardians 2. 375. 3. 386, 413e, 416e, 429, 6, 503e, inconsistent with the fear of death 3, 386, 6, 486a, equals the preservation of a right opinion about objects of fear 429, 442b, cp. 2. 376 and lashes 193, 195, distinguished from fearlessness 430b, one of the philosopher's virtues 6. 486a, 490e, 494a, the courageous temper averse to intellectual toil, ib. 503d cp. Paul 306, 307. Courtesans 3. 404d. Covetousness not found in the philosopher 6. 485e. Characteristic of democracy and oligarchy 8. 548. 553 equals the appetitive element of the soul 9. 581a. Cowardice in war to be punished 5. 468a. Not found in the philosopher 6. 486b. Creophilus, the child of flesh, companion of Homer, 10. 600b. Crete, government of generally applauded 8. 544c. A democracy, ib. 545b. Cretans, naked exercises among 5. 452c. Call their country motherland 9. 575e. Cretic rhythm 3. 400b. Crimes, great and small, differently estimated by mankind 1. 344 cp. 348d. Causes of 6. 491e. 495b. 8. 552d. 9. 575a. Criminals are usually men of great character spoiled by bad education 6. 491e. 495b. Numerous in oligarchies 8. 552d. Croesus 2. 359c. As the oracle said to Croesus 8. 566c. Cronos ill-treated by Zeus 2. 377e. His behavior to Uranus Ibid. Cunning man the no match for the virtuous 3. 409d. Cycles, recurrence of in nature 8. 546 ACP, Tim, 22c, Crit, 109d, Paul, 269 Fall, Laws 3. 677, D, Dactylic Mita, 3, 400c, Daedalus, beauty of his works, 7, 529e, Damon, an authority on rhythm, 3, 400b CP, 4, 424c. Dancing in Education 3, 412b. Daydreams 5, 458a, 476c. Dead in Battle, Not to be Stripped 5, 469. Judgment of the Dead 10, 615. Death, the Approach of Brings No Terror to the Aged 1, 330e. The Guardians Must Have No Fear of 3, 386, 387 CP 6, 486c. Preferable to Slavery 3, 387a. Debts, Abolition of Proclaimed by Demagogues 8, 565e. 566e. Delphi, Religion Left to the God at 4, 427 ACP 5, 461e, 469a 7, 540b. Demagogues 8, 564, 565. Democracy 1, 338d. Spoken of under the parable of the captain and the mutinous crew 6, 488. Democracy and Philosophy, Ib. 494, 500. The Third Form of Imperfect State 8, 544 CP. Paul 291, 292. Detailed account of Ib. 555 Fall. Characterized by Freedom, Ib. 557b, 561, 563. A Bazaar of Constitutions, Ib. 557d. The 346 Humors of Democracy, Ib. E. 561. Elements contained in Ib. 564. Democracy in Animals, Ib. 563. The Democratical Man, Ib. 558, 559 Fall. 561, 562, 9. 572. His Place in Regard to Pleasure, 9. 587. Desire has a relaxing effect on the soul, 4. 430a. The Conflict of Desire and Reason, 4. 440 CP. Fida, 253 Fall. Tim. 70a. The Desires Divided into Simple and Qualified, 4. 437 Fall. Into Necessary and Unnecessary, 8. 559. Despots Masters, 5. 463a. See Tyrant. Destiny, the of Man in His Own Power, 10. 617e. Dialectic, the most difficult branch of philosophy, 6. 498. Objects of Ib. 511, 7. 537d. Proceeds by a double method, 6. 511, compared to sight, 7. 532a. Capable of attaining to the idea of good, Ibid. Gives firmness to hypotheses, Ib. 533. The Coping Stone of the Sciences, Ib. 534 CP. Phil. 57. Must be studied by the rulers, Ib. 537. Dangers of the study, Ibid. Years to be spent in. Ib. 539. Distinguished from Eristic, Ib. DCP. 5. 454a. 6. 499a. The dialectician has a conception of essence, 7. 534 CP. Phaedo 75d. Dialectic, the coping stone of knowledge, is everywhere distinguished by Plato from Eristic, i.e., argument for argument's sake CP. Euthyd, 275 Fall, 293, Meno 75d, Phaedo 101, Phil, 17, Theat, 167e. It is that gift of heaven, Phil. 16, which teaches men to employ the hypotheses of science not as final results, but as points from which the mind may rise into the higher heaven of ideas and behold truth and being. This vague and magnificent conception was probably hardly clearer to Plato himself when he wrote the Republic than it is to us CP. Introduction, p. xci. But in the Sophist and Statesman it appears in a more definite form as a combination of analysis and synthesis by which we arrive at a true notion of things. CP. The letter 1 F51 phi eta gamma to mu epsilon nu eta, mu epsilon theta omicron delta omicron sigma of Aristotle, Paul. I. 1, Section 3, 8, Section 1, which is an analogous mode of proceeding from the parts to the whole. In the laws, dialectic no longer occupies a prominent place. It is the old man's harmless amusement. 7. 820c, or regarded more seriously, the method of discussion by question and answer, which is abused by the natural philosophers to disprove the existence of the gods. 10. 891. Dice cap upsilon beta omicron iota. 10. 604c. Skill required in dice playing. 2. 374c. Diet. 3. 404. 8. 559c CP. Tim. 89. Differences. Accidental and essential. 5. 454. Diomed, his command to the Greeks. Iliad Roman 4. 412, 3, 389e, necessity of Proverb 6, 493d, Dionysiac festival at Athens 5, 475d, discord causes of 5, 462, 8, 547a, 556e, the ruin of states 5, 462, distinguished from war, ib, 470 cp. Laws 1, 628, 629. Discourse love of 1, 328a, 5, 450b. Increases in old age 1, 328d. Pleasure of in the other world 6, 498d cp. Apol. 41. Disease origin of 3, 404. The right treatment of Yib 405 Fol. The physician must have experience of in his own person. Ib. 408. Disease and vice compared. 4, 444. 10, 609 Fol. CP. Soph. 228. Paul. 296. Laws 10, 347 906. Inherent in everything. 10, 609. Dishonesty thought by men to be more profitable than honesty. 2, 364a. Dithyrambic poetry, nature of 3, 394b. Diversities of natural gifts 2, 370, 5, 455, 7, 535a. Division of labor 2, 370, 374a, 3, 394e, 395b, 397e, 4, 423e, 433a, 435a, 441e, 443, 453b. A pot of justice 4, 433, 435a, 441e cp. Supra 1, 332, 349, 350, and Laws 8. 846c. Of lands proclaimed by the would-be tyrant. 8, 565e, 566e. Doctors flourish when luxury increases in the state. 2, 373c, 3, 405a. Two kinds of 5, 459c cp. Laws 4, 729, 857d cp. Physician. Dog, Socrates' oath by the 3. 399e, 8, 567e, 9, 592. Dogs are philosophers. 2, 376. The guardians, the watchdogs of the state. Ibid. 4, 440d, 5, 451d. Breeding of dogs. 5, 459. Dolphin Aryans. 5, 453e. Dorian harmony, allowed with the Phrygian in the state. 3, 399a. Drafts. 1, 333a. Skill required in. 2, 374c. Comparison of an argument to a game of drafts. 6, 487c. Dreams, an indication of the bestial element in human nature. 9, 571, 572, 574e. Drones. The 8, 552, 554c, 555E, 559C, 564B, 567E, 9, 573 ACP. Laws 10, 901A. Drunkenness in heaven 2, 363D. Forbidden in the guardians 3, 398E, 403E. The drunken man apt to be tyrannical 8, 573C, CP. Intoxication, dying 4, 429D, E. Early society 2, 359. Eating, pleasure accompanying 8, 559. Education commonly divided into gymnastic for the body and music for the soul 2, 376E, 403 C. Gymnastic, music, and CP. Laws 7, 795E. Both music and gymnastic really designed for the soul 3, 410. Use of fiction in 2, 377 Fall 3, 391. The poets bad educators 2, 377 3, 391, 392, 408B, 10, 600, 606E, 607 BCP. Laws 10, 886C, 890A must be simple 3, 397, 404E. Melody in Ib, 398 Fall. Mimetic art in Ib, 399. Importance of good surroundings, Ib, 401. Influence of on manners, 424, 425. Innovation in dangerous, Ibid. Early should be given through amusement, Ib, 425A, 7, 536 ECP. Laws 1, 643B. Ought to be the same for men and women, 5, 451 Fall, 466. Dangerous when ill-directed, 6, 491. Not a process of acquisition, but the use of powers already existing in us, 7, 518. Not to be compulsory, Ib, 537A. Education of the guardians, 2, 376 Fall, 429, 430, 7, 521 CP. Guardians, ruler, the higher or philosophic education, 6, 498, 503E, 504, 7, 514, 537, age at which it should commence, 6, 498, 7, 537, the longer way, 6, 504 CP, 435, the prelude or preamble, 7, 532E, education. Education in the Republic is divided into two parts, I, the common education of the citizens, Roman 2, the special education of the rulers. I, the first, beginning with childhood in the plays of the children, CP. Laws 1, 643B, is the old Hellenic education, the kappa alpha tau alpha beta epsilon beta lambda to mu epsilon nu alpha pi alpha iota delta epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau alpha of Aristotle, Paul, Roman 8, 2, section 6, 348, music for the mind and gymnastic for the body, CP. Laws 7, 795E. But Plato soon discovers that both are really intended for the benefit of the soul, CP. Laws 5, 743D, and under music he includes literature, lambda omicron gamma omicron iota, i.e. humane culture as distinguished from scientific knowledge. Music precedes gymnastic. Both are not to be learned together. Only the simpler kinds of either are tolerated, CP. Laws Book Roman 7, Passum. Boys and girls share equally in both, CP. Laws 7, 794D. The greatest attention must be paid to good surroundings. Nothing mean or vile must meet the eye or strike the ear of the young scholar. The fairy tales of childhood and the fictions of the poets are alike placed under censorship, CP. Laws Book X and CSV, Poetry. Gentleness is to be united with manliness. beauty of form and activity of mind are to mingle in perfect and harmonious accord. Roman 2. The special education commences at 20 by the selection of the most promising students. These spend 10 years in the acquisition of the higher branches of arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, harmony CP. Laws 7, 817e, which are not to be pursued in a scientific spirit or for utility only, but rather with a view to their combination by means of dialectic into an ideal of all knowledge, CSV dialectic. At 30, a further selection is made. Those selected spend 5 years in the study of philosophy, are then sent into active life for 15 years, and finally after 50 return to philosophy, which for the remainder of their days is to form their chief occupation, CSV rulers. Egyptians, characterized by love of money, 435e. Elder, the to bear rule in the state, 412 BCP. Laws 690a. 714e, to be over the younger, 465 ACP. Laws 721d, 879c, 917a. Embroidery out of 401a. Enchantments used by mendicant prophets, 364b. Enchantments, i.e. tests to which the guardians are to be subjected, 413 CP. 503a. 539e. End, the and use of the soul, 353. Ends and excellencies, Letta 1 F00 rho epsilon tau alpha Letta 1 F76 of things, ibid. Things distinguished by their ends, 478. Endurance must be inculcated on the young, 390 CP. 605e. Enemies, treatment of 469. Inquiry roused by some objects of sense, 523. Epius, soul of, turns into a woman, 620c. Epic poetry, a combination of imitation and narration, 394b, 396e. Epic poets, imitators in the highest degree, 602c. Myth of 614b fall. Aerophile 590a. Eristic, distinguished from dialectic, 454a. 499a. 539d. Error not possible in the skilled person, Thrasymachus, 340d. Essence and the good, 509. Essence of the invariable, 585. Essence of things, 507b. Apprehended by the dialectician, 534b. Eternity contrasted with human life, 608d. Eumolpus, son of Mucius, 363d. Eunuch, the riddle of the 479. Euripides, a great tragedian, 568a. His maxims about tyrants, ibid. Quoted Trodes L. 1169, ibid. 349 Eurypylus, treatment of the wounded, 405e. 408a. Euthydemus, brother of Polemachus, 328b. Evil, God not the author of, 364, 379, 380a. 391 ECP. Laws 672b. The destructive element in the soul, 609 fall. CP. 444. Justice must exist even among the evil, 351 fall. Their supposed prosperity, 364 CP. Gog, 470 fall. Laws 66 110, 899 905. More numerous than the good, 409d. CP. Injustice. Excellence relative to use, 601. Excellences, let 1 F00 rho epsilon tau alpha let 1 F76, and ends of things, 353. Exchange, the art of necessary in the formation of the state. 2. 369c. Exercises naked in Greece. 5. 452. Existence, a participation in essence. 9. 585 cp. Phaedo 101. Experience, the criterion of true and false pleasures. 9. 582. Expiation of guilt. 2. 364. Eye of the soul. 7. 518d. 527e. 533d. 540a. The soul like the eye. 6. 508. 7. 518. Eyes that in relation to sight. 6. 507 cp. Sight. F. Fact and ideal. 5. 472. 473. Faculties, how different. 5. 477. Faculties of the soul. 6. 511e. 7. 533e. Faith or persuasion, one of the faculties of the soul. 6. 511d. 7. 533e. Falsehood, alien to the nature of God. 2. 382 cp. Laws 11. 917a. A medicine only to be used by the state. Ibid. 3. 389a. 414c. 5. 459d cp. Laws 2. 663. Hateful to the philosopher. 6. 486. 490. Family life in the state. 5. 449. Families in the state. Ib. 461. Family and state. Ib. 463. Cares of family life. Ib. 465c. Fates, the 10. 617. 620e. Fear, a solvent of the soul. 4. 430a. Fear and shame. 5. 465a. Fearlessness, distinguished from courage. 4. 430b cp. Lashes 197b. Protag. 349c. 359 fall. Feeling, community of in the state. 5. 464. Festival of the Bendidia at the Piraeus. 1. 327a. 354a. Of Dionysus at Athens. 5. 475d. Fiction in education. 2. 377 fall. 3. 391. Censorship of necessary. 2. 377 fall. 3. 386, 391, 401a, 408c, 10, 595 fall. Not to represent sorrow. 3. 387 fall. cp. 10. 600 and fa. Representing intemperance to be discarded. 3. 390. Stories about the gods not to be received. 2. 378 fall. 3. 388 fall. 408 CCP. Youthif. 6. 8. Crit. 109b. Laws 2. 672b. 10. 886c. 12. 941. Stories of the world below objectionable. 3. 386 fall. CP. Hades world below. Final causes. Argument from applied to justice. 1. 352. Fire obtained by friction. Fa. 434e. Flattery of the multitude by their leaders in ill-ordered states. Fa. 426 cp. 9. 590b. Flute, the to be rejected. 3. 399. Flute players and flute makers. Ib. D. 10. 601. Folly and inanition. Kappa epsilon nu omega sigma iota sigma of the soul. 9. 585a. Food, the condition of life and existence. 2. 369c. Forgetfulness, a mark of an unphilosophical nature. 6. 486d. 490e. The plane of forgetfulness. Leth. 10. 621a. Fox. The emblem of subtlety. 2. 365c. Fractions. 7. 525e. Freedom, the characteristic of democracy. 8. 557b. 561 563. Friend, the must be as well as seem 350 good, 1, 334, 335, the friends of the tyrant, 8, 567 e, 9, 576. Friendship implies justice, 1, 351 fall, in the state, 5, 462, 463. Funeral of the Guardians, 5, 465 e, 468 e, 7, 540 b. Corpses placed on the pyre on the 12th day, 10, 614. Future life, 3, 387, 10, 614 fall. Punishment of the wicked in 2, 363, 10, 615 cp. Phaedo 108, Gog 523 e 525, Laws 9, 870 e 881 b 10, 904 c. See Hades, world below. G. Games as a means of education, Fa 425 ACP 7, 537a. Dice Kappa Epsilon Beta Omicron Iota 10, 604 c. Drafts Pi Epsilon Tau Tau Epsilon Iota Alpha 1, 333 A2, 374 C 6, 487 C. City Pi Omicron Lambda Iota Sigma 4, 422 E. The Olympic and C. Glory gained by success in 5, 465 D, 466 A 10, 618 ACP. 620b. General, the ought to know arithmetic and geometry, 7, 522d, 525b, 526d, 527c. Gentleness, characteristic of the philosopher, 2, 375, 376, 3, 410, 6, 486c. Usually inconsistent with spirit, 2, 375. Geometry must be learnt by the rulers, 7, 526 fall. Erroneously thought to serve for practical purposes only, Ib. 527. Geometry of solids, Ib. 528. Geometrical necessity, 5, 458d. Geometrical notions apprehended by a faculty of the soul, 6, 511c. Giants, battles of the 2, 378b. Gifts given to victors, 3, 414, 5, 460, 468. Gifts of nature, 2, 370a, 5, 455, 7, 535a may be perverted, 6, 491e, 495a, 7, 519 cp. Laws 7, 819a 10, 908 c. Glaucon, son of Ariston, 1, 327a 2, 368a takes up the discourse, 1, 347a 2, 372c 3, 398b, 4, 427d, 5, 450a 6, 506d, 9, 576b, anxious to contribute money for Socrates, 1, 337e, the boldest of men, 2, 357a, his genius, Ib. 368a, distinguished at the Battle of Megara, Ibid. A musician, 3, 398d, 7, 531a, desirous that Socrates should discuss the subject of women and children, 5, 450a, breeds dogs and birds, Ib. 459a, a lover, Ib. 474d cp. 3, 402e, 5, 458e, not a dialectician, 7, 533, his contentiousness, 8, 548e, not acquainted with the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, 10, 608. Glaucus, the sea god, 10, 611c. Gluttony, 9, 586a. God, not the author of evil, 2, 364, 379, 380a, 3, 391 ECP. Laws 2, 672b, never changes. 2, 380, will not lie. Ib. 382, the maker of all things. 10, 598, gods, the thought to favor the unjust. 2, 362b, 364, supposed to accept the gifts of the wicked. Ib. 365 cp. Laws 4, 716e, 10, 905 fall. 12, 948, believed to take no heed of human affairs. 2, 365 cp. Laws 10, 889 fall. 12, 948, human ignorance of. 2, 365 cp. Crat 400e, crit 107 palm. 134e, disbelief in. 2, 365 cp. Laws 10, 885 fall. 909, 12, 948, stories of not to be repeated. 2, 378 fall. 3, 388 fall. 408 ccp. Youthif. 6, 8, crit 109b. Laws 2, 672b. 10, 886 c. 12, 941, not to be represented grieving or laughing. 3, 388, gods who wander about at night in the disguise of strangers. 2, 381d, the war of the gods and the giants. Ib. 378b. God, the theology of Plato, is summed up by himself in the second book of the Republic under two heads: God is perfect and unchangeable, and God is true, and 351 the author of truth. These canons are also the test by which he tries poetry and the poets. CSV poetry. Homer and the tragedians represent the gods as changing their forms or as deceiving men by lying dreams, and therefore they must be expelled from the state. But Plato has not yet acquired the austere temper of his later years. He does not threaten the impenitent unbeliever with bonds and death, Laws 10, 908, 910, but is content to show by argument the superiority of justice over injustice. In other respects, the theology of the Republic is repeated and amplified in the laws, the theses that God is not the author of evil and will not accept the gifts of the wicked or favor the unjust, are maintained with equal earnestness in both. The Republic is less pessimistic in tone than the laws, but the thought of the insignificance of man and the briefness of human life is already familiar to Plato's mind. Cp. 6, 486a, 10, 604, and CSV man. The conception of God as the demiurgus or creator of the universe, which is prominent in the Timaeus, sophist and statesman, hardly appears either in the Republic or the laws. Cp. Rep. 10, 596 fall. Laws 10, 886 fall. Gold mingled by the god in the auxiliaries. 3, 415 ACP, 416 E8, 547a, and silver not allowed to the guardians. 3, 416 E4, 419, 422 D, 5, 464 D CP, 8, 543. Good. The saving element. 10, 609. The good equals the beautiful. 5, 452 CP. Lies. 216. Simp. 201b, 204 E fall. The good and pleasure. 6, 505, 509 ACP. Gog. 497. Phil. 1160a. The good superior to essence. Ib. 509, the brightest and best of being. 7, 518d, absolute good. 6, 507b, 7, 540a, the idea of good. 6, 505, 508, 7, 517, 534, is the highest knowledge. 6, 505, 7, 526e, nature of. 6, 505, 506, the child of the good. Ib. 506e, 508, good things least liable to change. 2. 381. Goods classified. Ib. 357. 367 DCP. Protag. 334. Gog. 451 E. Phil. 66. Laws 1. 631. 3. 697. The goods of life often a temptation. 6. 491 E. 495 A. Good man that will disdain to imitate ignoble actions. 3. 396. Good men, why they take office. 1. 347 equals the wise. Ib. 350 CP. 1 Alcib. 124, 125, unfortunate, adamantus. 2. 364, self-sufficient. 3. 387 CP. Lies. 215a, will not give way to sorrow. Ibid. 10. 603 ECP. Laws 5. 732, 7. 792b, 800d, appear simple from their inexperience of evil. 3. 409a, hate the tyrant. 8. 568a, the friends of God and like him. 10. 613 CP. Phil. 39e, laws for. 716. Goods, community of. 3. 416. 5. 464. 8. 543. See community. Government forms of. Are they administered in the interest of the rulers? 1. 338d, 343, 346 are all based on a principle of justice. Ib. 338 ECP. Laws 12. 945. Present forms in an evil condition. 6. 492e, 496. None of the existing forms adapted to philosophy. Ib. 497. The four imperfect forms. 4. 445b. 8. 544 CP. Paul. 291 fall. 301 fall. Succession of changes in states. 8. 545 fall. Peculiar barbarian forms. Ib. 544d. CP. Constitution. State. Government forms of. The classification of forms of government which Plato adopts in the Republic is not exactly the same with that given in the Statesman or the Laws. Both in the Republic 352 and the Statesman, the series commences with the perfect state, which may be either monarchy or aristocracy, accordingly as the one best man bears rule or many who are all perfect in virtue. CP. Arist. Paul, Roman 4. 2, Section 1. But in the Republic, the further succession is somewhat fancifully connected with the divisions of the soul. The rule of reason i.e., the perfect state passes into timocracy, in which the spirited element is predominant. 8. 548. Timocracy into three governments in turn, which represent the appetitive principle. First, oligarchy, in which the desire of wealth is supreme. 8. 533d. 9. 581. Secondly, democracy, characterized by an unbounded lust for freedom. 9. 561. Thirdly, tyranny, in which all evil desires grow unchecked, and the tyrant becomes the waking reality of what he once was in his dreams only. 9. 574e. Each of these inferior forms is illustrated in the individual who corresponds to the state and is set over against it. 8. 550c. In the statesman, after the government of the one or many good has been separated, the remaining forms are classified accordingly as the government has or has not regard to law, and democracy is said to be 303a, the worst of lawful and the best of lawless governments, an expression criticized by Aristotle. Paul, Roman 4. 2, Section 3. In the Laws again, the subject is differently treated. Monarchy and democracy are described as the two mother forms, which must be combined in order to produce a good state. 3. 693. And the Spartan and Cretan constitutions are therefore praised as polities, in which every form of government is represented. 4. 712. But the majority of existing states are mere class governments and have no regard to virtue. 12. 962e. These various ideas are nearly all reproduced or criticized in the Politics of Aristotle, who, however, does not employ the term democracy and adds one great original conception, the mu epsilon sigma leta 1 f7 for pi omicron lambda iota tau epsilon iota alpha, or government of the middle class. Governments. Sometimes bought and sold. 8. 544d. Grace epsilon leta 1 f50 sigma chi eta mu omicron sigma upsilon nu eta. The effect of good rhythm accompanying good style. 3. 400d. All life and every art full of grace. Ib. 401a. Greatness and smallness. 4. 438b. 5. 479b. 7. 523, 524. 9. 575c. 10. 602d. 605c. Grief not to be indulged. 3. 387. 10. 603. 606. cp. Sorrow. God the tyrant's request for a 8. 566b. 567e. Guardians of the state must be philosophers. 2. 376. 6. 484. 498. 501. 503b. 7. 520. 521. 525b. 540. 8. 543 must be both spirited and gentle. 2. 375. 3. 410. 6. 503 cp. Laws 5. 731b must be tested by pleasures and pains. 3. 413 cp. 6. 503a. 7. 539e have gold and silver mingled in their veins. 3. 415 ACP, 416 E, 8, 547A, their happiness, 4, 419 fall, 5, 465 E fall, 6, 498 C, 7, 519 E will be the class in the state which possesses wisdom, 4, 428 CP. Laws 12, 965A will form one family with the citizens. 5. 462, 466 must preserve moderation. Ib. 466b divided into auxiliaries and guardians proper. 3. 414 CP. 8. 545E and C auxiliaries rulers. The guardians i.e. the auxiliaries must be courageous. 2. 375. 3. 386. 413E. 416E. 4. 429. 6. 503E must have no fear of death. 3. 386 CP. 353. 6. 486 C. Not to weep. 3. 387 CP. 10. 603E. Not to be given to laughter. 3. 388 CP. Laws 5. 732. 11. 935 must be temperate. Ib. 389D must not be avaricious. Ib. 390E must only imitate noble characters and actions. Ib. 395 fall. 402E must only learn the Dorian and Phrygian harmonies, and play on the lyre and harp. Ib. 398, 399 must be sober. Ib. 398E, 403E must be reared amid fair surroundings. Ib. 401 athletes of war. Ib. 403, 404B, 4. 422, 7. 521E, 8. 543 CP. Laws 8. 830 must live according to Rule 3. 404 will not go to law or have resort to medicine. Ib. 410A must have common meals and live a soldier's life. Ib. 416 will not require gold or silver or property of any kind. Ib. 417 4. 419, 420a, 422d, 5, 464c, compared to a garrison of mercenaries Adamantus, 419 CP, 8, 543, must go to war on horseback in their childhood, 5, 467, 7, 537a, regulations for their conduct in war, 5, 467, 471, female guardians, Ib, 456, 458, 468, 7, 540c CP, women, Gyges 2, 359c, 10, 612b, gymnastic, supposed to be intended only for the body, 2, 376e, 3, 403, 7, 521 CP, Laws 7, 795e, really designed for the improvement of the soul, 3, 410, like music, should be continued throughout life, Ib, 403c, effect of excessive, Ib, 404, 410, 7, 537b, should be of a simple character, 3, 404, 410a. The ancient forms of to be retained, 424, must cooperate with music in creating a harmony of the soul, Ib, 441e, suitable to women, 5, 452, 457 CP, Laws 7, 804, 813, 833, ought to be combined with intellectual pursuits, 7, 535 DCP, Tim, 88. Time to be spent in, Ib, 537, H. Habit and virtue, 7, 518 E10, 619 D. Hades, tales about the terrors of 1, 330 D, 2, 366 A. Such tales not to be heeded, 3, 386 BCP. Crat, 403, the place of punishment, 2, 363, 10, 614 Fall. Mucius' account of the good and bad in, 2, 363, the journey to 10, 614 CP. Phaedo 108a, Pluto helmet of 10, 612b, CP, world below, half the better than the whole, 5, 466b, handicraft arts, a reproach, 9, 590 CP, Gog, 512, happiness of the unjust, 1, 354, 2, 364, 3, 392 BCP, 8, 545 A and Gog, 470 Fall, Laws 2, 661, 10, 899 E 905 A, of the Guardians, 4, 576 Fall, 5, 465 E Fall, 6, 498 C, 7, 519 E, of Olympic victors, 5, 465 D, 466 A, 10, 618a, of the tyrant, 9, 576 Fall, 587, the greatest happiness awarded to the most just, Ib, 580 Fall, harmonies the more complex to be rejected, 3, 397 Fall, the Lydian harmony, Ib, 398, the Ionian, Ib, E, the Dorian and Phrygian alone to be accepted, Ib, 399, harmony akin to virtue, 3, 401 ACP, 7, 522a, science of must be acquired by the rulers, 7, 531 CP, music, harmony of soul and body, 3, 402d, harmony of the soul affected by temperance, 4, 430, 441e, 442d, 443 CP, 9, 591d, and Laws 2, 653b. Harmony in the acquisition of wealth, 9, 591e. Hop, the Kappa-iota Ceter Alpha Rho Alpha, allowed in the best state, 3, 399. 354 hatred between the despot and his subjects, 8, 567e, 9, 576a. Health and Justice Compared 4, 444, Pleasure of Health 9, 583c, Secondary to Virtue Ib. 591d, Hearing Classed Among Faculties 5, 477e, Composed of two elements, speech and hearing, and not requiring, like sight, a third intermediate nature 6, 507c. Heaven the starry, the fairest of visible things 7, 529d, The motions of not eternal Ib. 530a, Heaviness 5, 479, 7, 524a, Hector, dragged by Achilles round the tomb of Patroclus 3, 391b, Helen never went to Troy 9, 586c, Hellas, not to be devastated in civil war 5, 470 a fall, 471a, Hellenes characterized by the love of knowledge 4, 435e, did not originally strip in the gymnasia 5, 452d, not to be enslaved by Hellenes Ib. 469b c, united by ties of blood Ib. 470c, not to devastate Hellas Ib. 471 a fall, Hellenes and barbarians are strangers Ib. 469d, 470c cp, Paul 262d, Hellespont 3, 404c, Hephaestus binds here 2, 378d, thrown from heaven by Zeus Ibid, improperly delineated by Homer 3, 389a, chains Ares and Aphrodite Ib. 390c, Heracleitus the son of 6, 498b, here, bound by Hephaestus 2, 378d, here and Zeus Ibid. 3, 390b, begged alms for the daughters of Inachus 2, 381d, Hermes, the star sacred to Mercury 10, 617a, Hermes 8, 566c, Hierodicus of Selymbria, the inventor of valetudinarianism 3, 406 a fall, Heroes not to lament 3, 387, 388, 10, 603, 606 to be rewarded 5, 468, after death Ibid, heroic rhythm 3, 400c, Hesiod, his rewards of justice 2, 363b, 10, 612a, his stories improper for youth 2, 377d, his classification of the races 8, 547a, a wandering rhapsode 10, 600d, quoted Theogony L. 154, 459, 2, 377e, Works and Days L. 45, 466b, L. 109, 8, 546e, L. 122, 5, 468e, L. 233, 2, 363b, L. 287, Ib. 364d, Fram. 117, 3, 390e, Hirelings, required in the state 2, 371e, Holiness of Marriage 5, 458e, 459 cp. Laws 6, 776. See Marriage. Homer supports the theory that justice is a thief 1, 334b, his rewards of justice 2, 363b, 10, 612a, his stories not approved for youth 2, 377d fall, cp. 10, 595, his mode of narration 3, 393 a fall, feeds his heroes on Campana's fare. Ib. 404c, Socrates' feeling of reverence for him 10, 595c, 607 cp. 3, 391a, the captain and teacher of the tragic poets 10, 595b, 598d, e, not a legislator Ib. 599e, or a general Ib. 600 acp, Ion 537 fall, or inventor Ibid, or teacher Ibid, No educator ib 600, 606e, 607b, not much esteemed in his lifetime ib 600b fall, when about as a rhapsode ibid. Passages quoted or referred to: Iliad I, L. 11 fall, 3, 392e fall, L. 131, 6, 501b, L. 225, 3, 389 EL 590 fall, 2, 378 D, L 599 fall, 3, 389 A, Iliad Roman 2, L 623 6, 501 C, Iliad Roman 3, L 8 3, 389 E, 355 Iliad Roman 4, L 69 fall, 2, 379 E, L 218 3, 408 A, L 412 Ib 389 E, L 431 Ibid, Iliad V L 845 10, 612 B, Iliad Roman 7, L 321 5, 468 D, Iliad Roman 8, L 162 Ibid, Iliad Roman 9, L 497 fall, 2, 364 D, L 513 fall, 3, 390 E, Iliad Roman 11, L 576 Ib 405 E, L 624 Ibid, L 844 Ib 408 A, Iliad Roman 12, L 311 5, 468 E, Iliad Roman 14, L 294 fall, 3, 390 C, Iliad Roman 16, L 433 Ib 388 C, L 776 8, 566 D, L 856 fall, 3, 386 E, Iliad Roman 18, L 23 fall, Ib 388 A, L 54 Ib B, Iliad Roman 19, L 278 fall, Ibs 390 E, Iliad Roman 20, L 4 fall, 2, 379 E, L 64 fall, 3, 386 C, Iliad Roman 21, L 222 fall, Ib 391 B, Iliad Roman 22, LL 1520, Ib, AL 168 fall, Ib 388 C, L 362 fall, Ib 386 E, L 414, Ib 388 B, Iliad Roman 23, L 100 fall, Ib 387 A, L 103 fall, Ib 386 D, L 151 Ib 391 B, L 175 Ibid, Iliad Roman 24, L 10 fall, Ibs 388 A, L 527 2, 379 D, Odyssey I, L 351 fall, 4, 424 D, Odyssey Roman 8, L 266 fall, 3, 390 D, Odyssey Roman 9, L 9 fall, Ib B, L 91 fall, 8, 560 C, Odyssey X, L 495 3, 386 E, Odyssey Roman 11, L 489 fall, Ib C 7, 516 D, Odyssey Roman 12, L 342 3, 390 B, Odyssey Roman 17, L 383 fall, Ib 389 D, L 485 fall, 2, 381 D, Odyssey Roman 19, L 109 fall, Ib 363 B, L 395 1, 334 B, Odyssey Roman 20, L 17 3, 390 D, 4, 441 B, Odyssey Roman 24, L 6 3, 387 A, L 48, 566 D, Homer, Allusions to 1 328 E2 381 D 3 390 E 8 544 D Homerdy 10 599 E honest man, the match for the rogue. 3. 409 C. CP. 10. 613 C. Honesty. Fostered by the possession of wealth. 1. 331a. Thought by mankind to be unprofitable. 2. 364a. 3. 392b. Honor, pleasures enjoyed by the lover of. 9. 581c. 586e. The government of honor. See democracy. Hope, the comfort of the righteous in old age. Pindar. 1. 331a. Household cares. 5. 465c. Human interests, unimportance of. 10. 604 BCP. 6. 486a and Theat. 173. Laws 1. 644 E. 7. 803. Life full of evils. 2. 379 C. Shortness of. 10. 608 D. Nature, incapable of doing many things well. 3. 395 B. Sacrifices. 8. 565 D. 356 Hunger. 4. 437 E. 439. And inanition. Kappa epsilon nu omega sigma iota sigma of the body. 9. 585 A. Hymns to the gods may be allowed in the state. 10. 607 ACP. Laws 3. 700 A. 7. 801 E. Marriage hymns. 5. 459 E. Hypothesis in mathematics and in the intellectual world. 6. 510. In the sciences. 7. 533. Iambic measure. 3. 400 C. Ida, altar of the gods. On. 3. 391 E. Idea of good, the source of truth. 6. 508 CP. 505. A cause like the sun. Ib. 508. 7. 516. 517. Must be apprehended by the lover of knowledge. 7. 534. Ideas and phenomena. 5. 476. 6. 507. Ideas and hypotheses. 6. 510. Absolute ideas. 5. 476 CP. Phaedo 65. 74. Palm. 133. Origin of abstract ideas. 7. 523. Nature of. 10. 596. Singleness of. Ib. 597 CP. Tim. 2851. Idea. The idea of good is an abstraction, which, under that name at least, does not elsewhere occur in Plato's writings, but it is probably not essentially different from another abstraction, the true being of things, which is mentioned in many of his dialogues. CP. Passages cited SV. Being. He has nowhere given an explanation of his meaning, not because he was regardless whether we understood him or not, but rather, perhaps, because he was himself unable to state in precise terms the ideal which floated before his mind. He belonged to an age in which men felt too strongly the first pleasure of metaphysical speculation to be able to estimate the true value of the ideas which they conceived. CP. His own picture of the effect of dialectic on the youthful mind. 7. 539. To him, as to the schoolmen of the Middle Ages, an abstraction seemed truer than a fact. He was impatient to shake off the shackles of sense and rise into the purer atmosphere of ideas. Yet in the allegory of the cave, Book Romans 7, whose inhabitants must go up to the light of perfect knowledge, but descend again into the obscurity of opinion, he has shown that he was not unaware of the necessity of finding a firm starting point for these flights of metaphysical imagination. CP. 6. 510. A passage in the Philebus 65a gives perhaps the best insight into his meaning. If we are not able to hunt the good with one idea only, with three we may take our prey: beauty, symmetry, truth. The three were inseparable to the Greek mind, and no conception of perfection could be formed in which they did not unite. CP. Introduction. pp. L6 xcvi. Ideal state. Is it possible? 5. 471, 473, 6. 499, 7. 540 CP. 7, 520 and Laws Fa, 711 E, 5, 739, How to be Commenced, 6, 501, 7, 540, Ideals, Value of 5, 472, For the Ideal State, see City, Constitution, Education, Guardians, Rulers, etc. Ignorance, Nature of 5, 477, 478, and inanition kappa epsilon nu omega sigma iota sigma of the soul 9, 585. Iliad, the style of illustrated 3, 392 e fall, mentioned ib 393a cp, Homer Odyssey, Ilion c Troy, illegitimate children 5, 461a. Illusions of sight 7, 523, 10, 602 cp. Phaedo 65a Phil 380 42d Theat 157e Images i.e. reflections of visible objects 6 510 10 596 cp Tim 52d 357 Imitation in Style 3 393 394 10 596 Fall 600 Fall Affects the character 3, 395, Thrice removed from the truth 10, 596, 597, 598, 602b, Concerned with the weaker part of the soul, ib 604, Imitative poetry 10, 595, Arts inferior ib 605, Imitators ignorant 10, 602, Immortality proof of 10, 608 Fall, cp. 6, 498 C and C Soul, Impatience, Uselessness of 10, 604 C, Impetuosity 6, 503 E. Inachoose here asks alms for the daughters of 2, 381 D. Inanitions kappa epsilon nu omega sigma epsilon iota sigma of body and soul 9, 585 A. Incantations used by mendicant prophets 2, 364b, in medicine 4, 426a, income tax 1, 343d, indifference to money, characteristic of those who inherit a fortune 1, 330b, individual, inferior types of the 8, 545, individual and state 2, 368, 4, 434, 441, 5, 462, 8, 544, 9, 577 BCP, Laws 3, 689, 5, 739, 9, 875, 877 C, 11, 923, Infants have spirit but not reason 4, 441 CP, Laws 12, 963 E, Informers 9, 575 B, Injustice, advantage of 1, 343, defined by Thrasymachus as discretion, ib. 348 D, injustice and vice, ibid. Suicidal to states and individuals, ib. 351 ECP, Laws 10, 906A, Imperfection 2, 360, Eulogists of ib. 361, 366, 367, 3, 392 BCP, 8, 545 A9, 588, only blamed by those who have not the power to be unjust, 2, 366 C, in the state, FA, 434, equals anarchy in the soul, ib. 444 BCP, Soph 228, brings no profit 9, 589, 590, 10, 613, innovation in education dangerous 4, 424 CP, Laws 2, 656, 660A. See gymnastic music, intellect, objects of classified 7, 534 CP, 5, 476, relation of the intellect and the good 6, 508, Intellectual world divisions of 6, 510 fall, 7, 517 compared to the visible 6, 508, 509, 7, 532a. Intercourse between the sexes 5, 458 fall, cp. Laws 8, 839 fall. In a democracy 8, 563b. Interest sometimes irrecoverable by law 8, 556 ACP, laws 5, 742C, intermediates 9, 583, intimations the given by the senses imperfect 7, 523 fall, 10, 602, intoxication, not allowed in the state 3, 398E, 403E CP, drinking, invalids 3, 406, 407, 425, 426. Ionian harmony must be rejected 3, 399a. Iron and brass mingled by the god in the husbandmen and craftsmen 3, 415a CP. 8, 547a. Ismenias. The Theban, a rich and mighty man 1, 336a. Italy can tell of Charondas as a lawgiver 10, 599e. J. Judge the good must himself be virtuous 3, 409 cp. Paul 305. Judgment the final 10, 614 fall, cp. Hades. Juggling 10, 602d. Just man that is at a disadvantage compared with the unjust, Thrasymachus 1, 343, is happy ib. 354 cp. Laws 1, 660e, attains harmony in his soul 443e proclaim the happiest 9, 580 fall. Just men the friends of the gods 10, 613 cp. Phil 39e, laws 716d. Just and unjust are at heart the same. Glaucon 3, 360. Justice equals to speak the truth and pay one's debts 1, 331 fall. 358 equals the interest of the stronger, ib. 338, 2, 367 cp. Gog 489, laws 714a equals honor among thieves 1, 352 equals the excellence of the soul, ib. 353, the art which gives good and evil to friends and enemies, ib. 332 fall. 336 is a thief, ib. 334 the proper virtue of man, ib. 335 sublime simplicity, ib. 348 does not aim at excess, ib. 349 identical with wisdom and virtue, ib. 351 a principle of harmony, ibid. cp. 9 591d. In the highest class of goods, 2, 357, 367 DCP. Laws 1, 631c, the union of wisdom, temperance, and courage, 433 CP. Laws 1, 631c, a division of labor, ibid. Fall, CP. Supra 1, 332, 349, 350, and 1 Alcib. 127. Nature and origin of Glaucon 2, 358, 359, conventional, ib. 359 ACP. Theat 172a, 177c. Laws 10, 889, 890. Praised for its consequences only a Daemantis, ib. 362e, 366, a matter of appearance, ib. 365, useful alike in war and peace, 1, 333, can do no harm, ib. 335, more precious than gold, ib. 336, toilsome, 2, 364, compared to health, 444, the poets on 2, 363, 364, 365e, in perfection, ib. 361, more profitable than injustice, 445, 9, 589 fall, superior to injustice. 9. 589, final triumph of Ib. 580, 10. 612, 613, in the state 2. 369, fa. 431, the same in the individual and the state, fa. 435 fall, 441 fall. Absolute justice 5. 479 e. 6. 501 b. 7. 517 e. Justice. The search for justice is the groundwork or foundation of the Republic, which commences with an inquiry into its nature and ends with a triumphant demonstration of the superior happiness enjoyed by the just man. In the first book, several definitions of justice are attempted, all of which prove inadequate. Glaucon and Adeimantus then intervene. Mankind regard justice as a necessity, not as a good in itself, or at best as only to be practiced because of the temporal benefits which flow from it. Can Socrates prove that it belongs to a higher class of goods? Socrates, in reply, proposes to construct an ideal state in which justice will be more easily recognized than in the individual. Justice is thus discovered to be the essential virtue of the state, a thesis afterwards enlarged upon by Aristotle Paul. I. 2, section 16, Roman 3, 13, section 3, the bond of the social organization, and like temperance in the laws 3, 696, 697, fa. 709 e, rather the accompaniment or condition of the virtues than a virtue in itself. Cp. Introduction, plzi. Expressed in an outward or political form, it becomes the great principle which has been already enunciated, I. 322, that every man shall do his own work. On this Plato bases the necessity of the division into classes which underlies the whole fabric of the ideal state. Far. 433 fall. Tim. 17c. Thus we are led to acknowledge the happiness of the just, for he alone reflects in himself this vital principle of the state. Fa. 445. The final proof is supplied by a comparison of the perfect state with actual forms of government. These, like the individuals who correspond to them, become more and more miserable as they recede further from the ideal, and the climax is reached. 9. 587, when the tyrant is shown by the aid of arithmetic to have 729 times less pleasure than the king, i.e., the perfectly just ruler. Lastly, the happiness of the just is proved to 359 extend also into the next world, where men appear before the judgment seat of heaven and receive the due reward of their deeds in this life. King the Great. 8. 553d. Pleasure of the king and the tyrant compared. 9. 587 fall. Kings and philosophers. 5. 473 cp. 6. 487 e. 498 fall. 501 e. fall. 7. 540. 8. 543. 9. 592. Kisses, the reward of the brave warrior. 5. 468 c. Knowledge, leta 1 f10 pi iota sigma tau eta mu eta, gamma iota gamma nu omega sigma kappa epsilon iota nu, equals knowledge of ideas. 6. 484. Nature of 5. 477. 478. Classed among faculties. Ib. 477. 6. 511 e. 7. 533 e. Previous to birth. 7. 518 c. How far given by sense. Ib. 529 cp. Phaedo 75 should not be acquired under compulsion. Ib. 536 e. The foundation of courage. Fa. 429 cp. Lashes 193, 197. Protag. 350, 360. Knowledge and opinion. 5. 476, 478. 6. 508, 510a. 7. 534. Knowledge and pleasure. 6. 505. Knowledge and wisdom. 4. 428. the highest knowledge 6, 504 7, 514 fall, unity of knowledge 5, 479 CP, Phaedo 101, the best knowledge 10, 618, knowledge of shadows 6, 511 D. 7, 534 A, love of knowledge characteristic of the Hellenes 435 E, peculiar to the rational element of the soul 9, 581 B, L, labor, division of 2, 370, 374 A, 3, 394 E, 395 B, 397 E, 423 E, 433 A, 435 A, 441 E, 443, 453 B CP. Laws 8, 846, 847. Lace demon owes its good order to Lycurgus 10, 599 E, constitution of commonly extolled 8, 544 D, a timocracy Ib 545 B, Lacedaemonians first after the Cretans to strip in the gymnasia 5, 452 D, Lachesis turns the spindle of necessity together with Clotho and Atropos 10, 617 C, her speech, Ib D, apportions a genius to each soul. Ib 620 D, lamentation over the dead to be checked 3, 387. Lands partition of proclaimed by the would-be tyrant 8, 565 E, 566 E. Language pliability of 9, 588 D CP. Soft 277 B. Laughter not to be allowed in the Guardians 3, 388 CP. Laws 5, 732, 11. 935. Nor represented in the gods Ib 389. Laws may be given in era 1, 339 E, supposed to arise from a convention among mankind 2, 359 A, cause of 3, 405, on special subjects of little use 4, 425, 426 CP. Laws 7, 788, treated with contempt in democracies. 8, 563 E, bring help to all in the state 9, 590. Lawyers increase when wealth abounds 4, 405 A. Learning, pleasure of 6, 486 C CP. 9, 581, 586. Legislation cannot reach the minutiae of life 425, 426, requires the help of God Ib 425 E CP. Laws, Leontius, story of 439 E, Leth 10, 621. Letters, image of the large and small 2, 368, 3, 402 A. Liberality, one of the virtues of the philosopher 6, 485 E. Liberty, characteristic of democracy 8, 557 B. 561, 563. License begins in music 424 ECP. Laws 3, 701 B. In democracies 8, 562 D. Licentiousness forbidden 5, 458, 360 Lie, a hateful to the philosopher 6, 490 CP. Supra 486 E. The true lie and the lie in words 2, 382. The royal lie gamma epsilon nu alpha iot omicron nu psi epsilon letta 1 fe6 delta omicron sigma 3, 414. Rulers of the state may lie 2, 382, 3, 389 A, 414 C, 5, 459 D. The gods not to be represented as lying 2, 382. Lies of the poets Ib 377 Fall 3, 386, 408 BCP, 10, 597 Fall. Life in the early state 2, 372. Loses its zest in old age 1, 329 A. Full of evils 2, 379c. Intolerable without virtue, fa. 445. Shortness of compared to eternity, 10. 608d. The life of virtue toilsome, 2. 364d. The just or the unjust, which is the more advantageous. Ib. 347 fall. Three kinds of lives among men, 9. 581. Life of women ought to resemble that of men, 5. 451 fall. cp. Laws 7. 804e. The necessities of life, 2. 369. 373a. The prime of life, 5. 460e. Light, 6. 507e. cp. Sight, vision. Light and heavy, 5. 479. 7. 524. Like to like, 4. 425c. Literature, lambda omicron gamma omicron iota, included under music in education, 2. 376e. Litigation, the love of ignoble, 3. 405. Logic, method of residues, 4. 427. Accidents and essence distinguished, 5. 454. Nature of opposition, 4. 436. Categories, pyro omicron sigma tau iota, 4. 437. Quality and relation, ibid. Fallacies, 6. 487. For Plato's method of definitions, see knowledge, temperance, and cp. Dialectic metaphysic, lotophagi, 8. 560c. Lots, use of, 5. 460a. 462e. Election by. Characteristic of democracy, 8. 557a. Love of the beautiful, 3. 402. 403 cp. 1 Alcib. 131. Bodily love and true love, ib. 403. Love and the love of knowledge, 5. 474 fall. Is of the whole, not of the part, ib. c. 475b. 6. 485b. A tyrant, 9. 573b. 574e. cp. 1. 329b. Familiarities which may be allowed between the lover and the beloved, 3. 403b. Lovers' names, 5. 474. Lovers of wine, ib. 475a. Lovers of beautiful sights and sounds, ib. 476b. 479a. 480. Luxury in the state, 2. 372. 373. A cause of disease, 3. 405e. Would not give happiness to the citizens, 4. 420. 421. Makes men cowards, 9. 590b. Lycaean Zeus, temple of 8. 565d. Lycurgus, the author of the greatness of Lacedaemon, 10. 599e. Lydia, kingdom of, obtained by Gyges, 2. 359c. Lydian harmonies to be rejected, 3. 398e fall. Lying, a privilege of the state, 3. 389a. 414c. 5. 459d. Lyra, the instrument of Apollo, and allowed in the best state, 3. 399d. Lysanias, father of Cephalus, 1. 330b. Lysias, the brother of Polemarchus, 1. 328b. M. Madman, alms not to be returned to A. 1. 331. Fancies of madmen, 8. 573c. Magic, 10. 602d. Magistrates, elected by lot in democracy, 8. 557a. Magnanimity, mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda omicron pi rho epsilon pi epsilon iota alpha, one of the philosopher's virtues, 6. 486a. 490e. 494a. Maker, the not so good a judge as the user, 10. 601c cp. Crat, 390. Man, the master of himself, 4. 430e cp. Laws 1. 626e fall. The form and likeness of God, 6. 501b cp. Fida, 248a Theat. 176c. Laws 4. 716d. His unimportance, 10. 604b CP 6. 486a 361 and Laws 1. 644e 7. 803 has the power to choose his own destiny. 10. 617e the one best man. 6. 502 CP Paul 301 men are not just of their own will. 2. 366c unite in the state in order to supply each other's wants. Ib. 369 nature of men and women. 5. 453 455 analogy of men and animals. Ib. 459 three classes of 9. 581 manners influenced by education. 4. 424 425 cannot be made the subject of legislation. Ibid. Freedom of in democracies. 8. 563a many the term as applied to the beautiful, the good. And c. 6. 507 many the flatter their leaders into thinking themselves statesmen. 4. 426 wrong in their notions about the honorable and the good. 6. 493e would lose their harsh feeling towards philosophy if they could see the true philosopher. Ib. 500 their pleasures and pains. 9. 586 the great beast. 6. 493 CP multitude marionette players. 7. 514b marriage holiness of. 5. 458e 459 age for. Ib. 460 prayers and sacrifices at. Ibid. Marriage festivals. Ib. 459 460 Marsyas Apollo to be preferred to. 3. 399e mathematics. 7. 522 532 use of hypotheses in. 6. 510 mathematical notions perceived by a faculty of the soul. 6. 511c the mathematician not usually a dialectician. 7. 531e mean happiness of the 10. 619 ACP Laws 3. 679a 5. 728e 7. 792d meanness unknown to the philosopher. 6. 486a characteristic of the oligarchs. 8. 554 measurement out of corrects the illusions of sight. 10. 602d meat roast the best diet for soldiers. 3. 404d medicine cause of. 3. 405 not intended to preserve unhealthy and intemperate subjects. Ib. 406 fall 408a fa 426 ACP Tim 89b the two kinds of. 5. 459 CP Laws. Fa 720 use of incantations in. Fa 426a analogy of employed in the definition of justice. 1. 332c Megara battle of. 2. 368a melody in education. 3. 398 fall its influence. 10. 601b memory the philosopher should have a good. 6. 486d 490e 494a 7. 535b mendicant prophets. 2. 364c Menelaus treatment of when wounded. 3. 408a Menoetius father of Patroclus. 3. 388c mental blindness causes of. 7. 518 merchants necessary in the state. 2. 371 metaphysics absolute ideas. 5. 476 abstract and relative ideas. 7. 524 analysis of knowledge. 6. 510 qualifications of relative and correlative. 4. 437 fall 7. 524 CP idea logic metempsychoses. 10. 617 CP soul Medas wealth of. 3. 408b might and right. 1. 338 fall CP Gog 483 489 Laws 1. 627 3. 690 10. 890 Mildtus Thales of 10, 600a. Military profession the 2, 374. Mimetic art. In education 3, 394 fall. The same person cannot succeed in tragedy and comedy. Ib. 395a. Imitations lead to habit. Ib. D. Men acting women's part. Ib. E. Influence on character. Ibid. Fall. CP. Imitation. Mine and thine, a common cause of dispute. 5. 462. Ministers of the state must be educated. 7. 519. See ruler. 362. Miser, the typical of the oligarchical state. 8. 555. ACP. 559d. Misfortune to be born with patience. 3. 387. 10. 603. 606. Models or types by which the poets are to be guided in their compositions. 2. 379a. Moderation, necessity of 5. 466 BCP. Laws 3. 690e. 5. 732. 736e. Momus, god of jealousy. 6. 487a. Monarchy, distinguished from aristocracy as that form of the perfect state in which one rules. 4. 445 CCP. 9. 576d. and Paul. 301. The happiest form of government. 9. 576 ECP. 580c. 587b. Money needed in the state. 2. 371 BCP. Laws 11. 918. Not necessary in order to carry on war. 4. 423. Love of among the Egyptians and Phoenicians. Ib. 435e. Characteristic of timocracy and oligarchy. 8. 548. A. 553. 562a. Referred to the appetitive element of the soul. 9. 580e. Despicable. Ib. 589e. 590c. CP. 3. 390e. Money lending in oligarchies. 8. 555. 556. Money making, art of encephalous family. 1. 330b. Evil of. 8. 556. Pleasure of. 9. 581c. 586e. Money qualifications in oligarchies. 8. 550. 551. Moon, reputed mother of Orpheus. 2. 364e. Motherland, a Cretan word. 9. 575 ECP. Menex, 237. Mothers in the state. 5. 460. Motion and rest. 4. 436. Motion of the stars. 7. 529. 530. 10. 616e. Multitude, the great sophist. 6. 492. Their madness. Ib. 496c. CP. Many. Musaeus, his pictures of a future life. 2. 363d. E. 364e. Muses, the Musaeus and Orpheus, the children of 2. 364e. Music, to be taught before gymnastic. 2. 376e. CP. 3. 403c. Includes literature. Lambda Omicron Gamma Omicron Iota. 2. 376e. In education. Ib. 377 fall. 3. 398 fall. 7. 522a. See poetry, poets, and CP. Protag. 326. Laws 2. 654. 660. Complexity in to be rejected. 3. 397 CP. Laws 7. 812. The severe and the vulgar kind. Ibid. CP. Laws 7. 802. The end of the love of beauty. Ib. 403c. Like gymnastic, should be studied throughout life. Ibid. The simpler kinds of foster temperance in the soul. Ib. 404a. 410a. Effect of excessive. Ib. 410, 411, ancient forms of not to be altered. 424 CP. Laws 2, 657, 7, 799, 801. Must be taught to women, 5, 452. Music. Music to the ancients had a far wider significance than to us. It was opposed to gymnastic as mental to bodily training and included equally reading and writing, mathematics, harmony, poetry, and music strictly speaking, drawing, as Aristotle tells us Paul, Roman 8, 3 section 1, was sometimes made a separate division. Music in this wider sense, Plato says, should precede gymnastic, and according to a remarkable passage in the Protagoras 325c, the pupils in a Greek school were actually instructed in reading and writing, made to learn poetry by heart, and taught to play on the lyre before they went to the gymnasium. The ages at which children should commence these various studies are not stated in the Republic, but in the VIth Book of the Laws, where the subject is treated more in detail. The children begin going to school at 10 and spend 3 years in learning to read and write, and another 3 years in music, Laws 7, 810. This agrees very fairly with the selection of the 363 most promising youth at the age of 20 Rep. 7, 537, as it would allow a corresponding period of 3 years for gymnastic training. Roman 2, music, strictly so called, plays a great part in Plato's scheme of education. He hopes by its aid to make the lives of his youthful scholars harmonious and gracious, and to implant in their souls true conceptions of good and evil. Music is a gift of the gods to men, and was never intended, as the many foolishly and blasphemously suppose, merely to give us an idle pleasure. Tim. 47e, Laws 2, 654, 658e, 7, 802d. Neither should a freeman aim at attaining perfect execution. C.P. Arist. Paul, Roman 8, 6, section 7, 15. In the Laws 7, 810, we are told that everyone must go through the 3 years' course of music, neither more nor less, whether he like or whether he dislike the study. Both instruments and music are to be of a simple character. In the Republic only the lyre, the pipe, and the flute are tolerated, and the Dorian and Phrygian harmonies. No change in the fashions of music is permitted, for where there is license in music, there will be anarchy in the state. In this desire for simplicity and fixity in music, Plato was probably opposed to the tendencies of his own age. The severe harmony which had once characterized Hellenic art was passing out of favor. Alike in architecture, sculpture, painting, literature, and music, richer and more ornate styles prevailed. We regard the change as inevitable and not perhaps wholly to be regretted. To Plato it was a cause rather than a sign of the decline of Hellas. Musical amateurs, 5, 475. Education, 2, 377, 3, 398 fall. 7, 522a. Instruments, the more complex kinds of rejected, 3, 399 cp. Laws 7, 812d. Modes, Ib. 397, 399. Changes in, involve changes in the laws, 424c. Mysteries, 2, 365a, 366a, 378a, 8, 560e. Mythology, misrepresentations of the gods in 2, 378 fall. 3, 388 fall, 408 ccp. Gods, like poetry, has an imitative character. 3, 392d fall. N. Narration, styles of 3, 392, 393, 396. National qualities, 4, 435. Natural gifts, 2, 370a, 5, 455, 6, 491e, 495a, 7, 519, 535. Nature, recurrent cycles in 8, 546a cp. Cycles, divisions of 9, 584 cp. Phil, 23. Necessities, the of life, 2, 368, 373a, necessity. The mother of the fates, 10, 616, 617, 621a, necessity, the which lovers know, 5, 458e, the necessity of Diomed, 6, 493d, Nemesis, 5, 451a, Nisratus, son of Nishas, 1, 327c, Nishas, 1, 327c, Nightingale, Thamyras changed into a 10, 620. Niobe, Sufferings of in Tragic Poetry, 2, 380a. Nu-omicron sigma, Strain and Law, 7, 532 ECP. Laws 7, 800a, Not Being, 5, 477. Novelties in Music and Gymnastic to be discouraged, 4, 424. Number, said to have been invented by Palaemes, 7, 522d. The number of the state, 8, 546. Objects and ideas to be distinguished, 5, 476, 6, 507, 364. Odysseus and Alcinous, 10, 614b, chooses the lot of a private man, Ib, 620d. Odyssey, 3, 393a CP, Iliad. Office not desired by the good ruler, 7, 520a. Old age, complaints against, 1, 329. Sophocles quoted in regard to Ibid. Wealth a comforter of age, Ibid. Old men think more of the future life, Ib. 330. Not students, 7, 536 CP. Lashes 189. The older to bear rule in the state, 3, 412 CP. Laws 3, 690a, 4, 714e, to be over the younger, 5, 465 ACP. Laws 4, 721d, 9, 879c, 11, 917a. Oligarchy, a form of government which has many evils, 8, 544, 551, 552. Origin of Ib, 550. Nature of Ibid. Always divided against itself, Ib. 551d, 554e. The oligarchical man, 8, 553. A miser, Ib. 555. His place in regard to pleasure, 9, 587. Olympian Zeus, the savior, 9, 583b. Olympic victors, happiness and glory of 5, 465d, 466 ACP, 10, 618a. 1. The study of draws the mind to the contemplation of true being, 7, 525a. Opinion and knowledge, 5, 476, 478, 6, 508d, 510a, 7, 534. The lovers of opinion, 5, 479, 480. A blind guide, 6, 506. Objects of opinion and intellect classified, 7, 534 CP. 5, 476. True opinion and courage, 4, 429, 430 CP. Courage. Opposites, qualification of 4, 436. In nature, 5, 454, 475 ECP. Contradiction. Oppositions in the soul, 10, 603d. Orpheus, child of the moon and the muses, 2, 364 E. Soul of chooses a swan's life, 10, 620a. Quoted, 2, 364 EP. Pianian, Charmantides the 1, 328b. Pain, cessation of causes pleasure, 9, 583 DCP. Phaedo 60a. Phil, 51a. A motion of the soul, Ib. E. Painters, 10, 596. 597 are imitators, Ib. 597 CP. Soph, 234. Painters and poets, Ib. 597, 603, 605. The painter of constitutions, 6, 501. Painting in light and shade, 10, 602 C. Palaemes and Agamemnon in the play, 7, 522d. Pamphylia, Audius a tyrant of some city in 10, 615c. Pandarus, author of the violation of the oaths, 2, 379e. Wounded Menelaus, 3, 408a. Panharmonic scale, the 3, 399. Panopeus, father of Epius, 10, 620b. Pantomimic representations, not to be allowed, 3, 397. Paradox about justice and injustice, the 1, 348. Parental anxieties, 5, 465 ccp. Euthyd, 306e. Parents, the oldest and most indispensable of friends, 8, 574c. Parents and children in the state, 5, 461. Part and whole in regard to the happiness of the state, 4, 420d. 5, 466, 7. 519e. In love, 5, 474c. 475b. 6, 485b. Passionate element of the soul, 4, 440, 6, 504a. 8, 548d. 9, 571e. 580a. See spirit. Passions, the tyranny of 1, 329c. Fostered by poetry, 10, 606. Patient and agent equally qualified, 4, 436 cp. Gog, 476, Phil, 27a. Patroclus. Cruel vengeance taken by Achilles for 3, 391b. His treatment of the wounded Eurypylus, Ib, 406a. 365 Paton, the heavenly, 6, 500e. 7, 540a. 9, 592 cp. Laws 5, 739d. Paupers, see poor. Payment out of 1, 346. Perithous, son of Zeus, the tale of not to be repeated, 3, 391d. Peleus, the gentlest of men, 3, 391c. Perception in the eye and in the soul, 6, 508 fall. Perdiccas, king of Macedonia, 1, 336a. Perfect state, difficulty of 5, 472, 6, 502 ECP. Laws 4, 711, possible, 5, 471, 473, 6, 499, 7, 540 CP. Laws 5, 739, manner of its decline, 8, 546 CP. Crit. 120. Periander the tyrant, 1, 336a. Personalities avoided by the philosopher, 6, 500 BCP. Theat, 174c. Personification, the argument compared to a search or chase, 2, 368c. 4, 427c. 432, to a stormy sea, 4, 441b. To an ocean, 5, 453d. To a game of draughts, 6, 487b. To a journey, 7, 532e. To a charm, 10, 608a. Has traveled a long way, 6, 484a. Veils her face, ib, 503a. Following in the footsteps of the argument, 2, 365c. Whither the argument may blow, thither we go, 3, 394d. A swarm of words, 5, 450b. The three waves, ib, 457c. 472a. 473c. Persuasion or faith, one of the faculties of the soul, 6, 511d. 7, 533e. Philosopher that has the quality of gentleness, 2, 375, 376, 3, 410, 6, 486c. The spectator of all time and all existence, 6, 486 ACP. Theat, 173e. Should have a good memory, ib, d, 490e. 494a. 7, 535, has his mind fixed upon true being. 6. 484, 485, 486e, 490, 500c, 501d, 7, 521, 537d, 9, 581, 582c, cp. 5, 475e, 7, 520b, 525, and Phaedo 82, Pheda, 249, Theat, 173e, Soph, 249d, 254, his qualifications and excellences. 6, 485 Fall, 490d, 491b, 494b, cp. Phaedo 68. Corruption of the philosopher, Ib. 491 Fall, is apt to retire from the world. Ib. 496 cp. Theat. 173, does not delight in personal conversation. Ib. 500 BCP. Theat. 174c, must be an arithmetician. 7. 525b. Pleasures of the philosopher. 9. 581e. Philosophers are to be kings. 5. 473 cp. 6. 487e. 498 Fall. 501e Fall. 7. 540. 8. 543. 9. 592 are lovers of all knowledge. 5. 475. 6. 486a. 490 true and false. 5. 475 Fall. 6. 484, 491, 494, 496a. 500. 7. 535 to be guardians. 2. 375 see guardians. Why they are useless. 6. 487 Fall. Few in number. Ib. E. 496, 499b, 503b cp. Phaedo 69c will frame the state after the heavenly pattern. Ib. 501, 7, 540a, 9, 592, education of 6, 503, philosophers and poets. 10, 607 cp. Laws 12, 967. Philosophic nature, the rarity of 6, 491, causes of the ruin of Ibid. Philosophy, every headache ascribed to. 3. 407c equals love of real knowledge. 6. 485 cp. Supra 5. 475e, the corruption of 6. 491. Philosophy and the world. Ib. 494. The desolation of. Ib. 495. Philosophy and the arts. Ib. E. 496c cp. Supra 5. 475d, 476a, true and false philosophy. 6. 496e, 498e, philosophy and governments. Ib. 497, time set apart for. Ib. 498. 7. 539, commonly neglected in after life. 6. 498, prejudice against. Ib. 500, 501, why it is useless. 7. 517, 535, 539, the guardian and savior of virtue. 8. 549b, philosophy and poetry. 10. 607, aids a man to make a wise choice in the next world. Ib. 618. 366. Fossilides his saying that as soon as a man has a livelihood he should practice virtue. 3. 407b. Phoenician tale. The 3. 414c Fall. Phoenicians, their love of money. 4. 436a. Phoenix, tutor of Achilles. 3. 390e. Phrygian harmony. The 3. 399. Physician, the not a mere money maker. 1. 341c, 342d, the good physician. 3. 408, physicians find employment. When luxury increases. 2. 373c, 3. 405a, cp. Medicine. Pigs sacrificed at the mysteries. 2. 378a. Pilate, there and the just man. 1. 332 CP. 341. The true Pilate. 6. 488e. Pindar on the hope of the righteous. 1. 331a. On Asclepius. 3. 408b. Quoted. 2. 365b. Pipe, the sigma upsilon rho iota gamma psi, one of the musical instruments permitted to be used. 3. 399d. Purius. 1. 327a. Fa. 439e. Socrates seldom goes there. 1. 328c. Pittacus of Mytilene, a sage. 1. 335e. Plays of children should be made a means of instruction. Fa. 425a. 7. 537 ACP. Laws 1. 643b. Pleasure not akin to virtue. 3. 402, 403. Pleasure and love, ibid, defined as knowledge or good. 6. 505b, 509b, the highest. 9. 583, caused by the cessation of pain. Ib. DCP. Phaedo 60a. Phil. 51, a motion of the soul. Ib. E. Real pleasure unknown to the tyrant. Ib. 587. Pleasure of learning. 6. 486 CCP. 9. 581, 586, and Laws 2. 667. Sensual pleasure. 7. 519. 9. 586. A solvent of the soul. 4. 430 ACP. Laws 1. 633e. Not desired by the philosopher. 6. 485e. Pleasures, division of into necessary and unnecessary. 8. 558, 559, 561a. 9. 572, 581e. Honorable and dishonorable. 8. 561c. Three classes of. 9. 581. Criterion of. Ib. 582. Classification of. Ib. 583. Pleasures of smell. Ib. 584b. Pleasures of the many. 585. Of the passionate. Ib. 586. Of the philosopher. Ib. 586, 587. Pluto. 8. 554b. Poetry. Styles of. 3. 392, 394, 398. In the state. Ib. 392, 394, 398. 8. 568b. 10. 595 fall. 605a. 607 ACP. Laws 7. 817. Effect of. 10. 605. Feeds the passions. Ib. 606. Poetry and philosophy. Ib. 607 CP. Laws 12. 967. Colors of poetry. Ib. 601a. Poetry. The Republic is the first of Plato's works in which he seriously examines the value of poetry in education and the place of the poets in the state. The question could hardly be neglected by the philosopher who proposed to construct an ideal polity or government of the best, for poetry played a great part in Hellenic life. The children learned whole poems by heart in their schools. Protag. 326a. Laws 7. 810c. The rhapsode delighted the crowds at the festivals. Ion 535. The theatres were free or almost free to all, costing but a drachma at the most, a paul. 26d. The intervals of a banquet were filled up by conversation about the poets. Protag. 347c. The quarrel between philosophy and poetry was an ancient one, which had found its first expression in the attacks of Xenophanes. 538b. c. and Heracleitus. 508b. c. Upon the popular mythology. In the earlier dialogues of Plato, the poets are treated with an ironical courtesy, through which an antagonistic spirit is allowed here and there to appear. They are winged and holy beings, Ion 534, who sing by inspiration. 367, but at the same time are the worst possible critics of their own writings and the most self-conceited of mortals. Paul 22d. In the Republic, Roman 2 and Roman 3. Plato begins the trial of poetry by the inquiry whether the tales and legends related by the epic and tragic poets are true in themselves or likely to furnish good examples to his future citizens. They cannot be true, for they are contrary to the nature of God, CSV God, and they are certainly not proper lessons for youth. There must be a censorship of poetry, and all objectionable passages expunged. Suitable rules and regulations will be laid down, and to these the poets must conform. In the XDH book, the argument takes a deeper tone. The poet is proved to be an impostor thrice removed from the truth, a wizard who steals the hearts of the unwary by his spells and enchantments. Men easily fall into the habit of imitating what they admire, and the lamentations and woes of the tragic hero and the unseemly buffoonery of the comedian are equally bad models for the citizens of a free and noble state. The poets must therefore be banished, unless, Plato adds, the lovers of poetry can persuade us of her innocence of the charges laid against her. In the laws, a similar conclusion is reached. The state is an imitation of the best life and the noblest form of tragedy. The legislator and the poet are rivals, and the latter can only be tolerated if his words are in harmony with the laws of the state. Romans 7, 817. Poets that love their poems as their own creation. 1 330 CCP. Simp 209. Speak in parables. Ib 332 BCP. 3 413b. On justice. 2 363 364 365e. Bad teachers of youth. Ib 377 3 391 392 408 CCP. Laws 10 866c 890a must be restrained by certain rules. 2 379 Fall. 3 398 ACP. Laws 2 656 660a Fa. 719 banished from the state. 3 398 A8 568b 10 595 Fall. 605a 607 ACP. Laws 7 817 Poets and Tyrants. 8 568 thrice removed from the truth. 10 596 597 598e 602b 605c imitators only. Ib 600 601 CP. 3 393 and Laws 4 719c. Poets and Painters. 10 601 603 605 the poets who were children and prophets of the gods, Orpheus and Musaeus, CP. Supra 364e 2 366a. Polemachus, the son of Cephalus. 1 327b. The heir of the argument. Ib 331 intervenes in the discussion. Ib 340 wishes Socrates to speak in detail about the community of women and children. 5 449 Politicians in Democracies. 8 564 Polydamas the Pancratiast. 1 338c. Poor that have no time to be ill. 3 406e. Everywhere hostile to the rich. 4 423a. 8 551 ECP. Laws 5 736a. Very numerous in oligarchies. 8 552d. Not despised by the rich in time of danger. Ib 556c. Population to be regulated. 5 460. Poverty prejudicial to the arts. 4 421. Poverty and crime. 8 552. Power the struggle for. 7 520 CCP. Laws 4 715a. Pramnian wine. 3 405e 408a. Priam Homer's delineation of condemned 3, 388b, prisoners in war 5, 468, 470, private property not allowed to the guardians 3, 416e, far 420a, 422d, 5, 464c, 8, 543, prizes of valor 5, 468, Prodicus, a popular teacher 10, 600c, 368, property to be common 3, 416e, 4, 420a, 422d, 5, 464c, 8, 543. Restrictions on the disposition of 8. 556 ACP, Laws 11, 923, Property Qualifications in Oligarchies, IB, 550, 551, Profits Mendicant 2, 364c, Proportion akin to Truth 6, 486e, Prose Writers on Justice 2, 364a, Protagoras, his popularity as a teacher 10, 600c, Proteus, not to be slandered 2, 381d, Proverbs, birds of a feather 1, 329a, shave a lion ib, 341c, let brother help brother 2, 362d, wolf and flock 3, 415d, one great thing 4, 423e, hard is the good ib, 435c, friends have all things in common 5, 449c, the useful is the noble ib, 457b, the wise must go to the doors of the rich 6, 489b CP, 2, 364b, what is more than human 6, 492e, the necessity of deomed ib, 493d, the she-dog as good as her mistress 8, 563d, out of the smoke into the fire ib, 569b, does not come within 1,000 miles, Omicron Leta 1 F50, Delta Leta 1 F3 Far Kappa Tau Alpha Rho, Beta Alpha Lambda Lambda Epsilon Iota, 9, 575d, Public the great sophist 6, 492, compared to a many-headed beast, ib, 493, cannot be philosophic, ib, 494 ACP, Paul, 292d, see many, multitude. Punishment of the wicked in the world below 2, 363, 10, 614, CP, Hades, world below. Purgation of the luxurious state 3, 399e, of the city by the tyrant 8, 567d, of the soul by the tyrannical man ib, 573a, Pythagoreans, the authorities on the science of harmony 7, 529, 530. 531, never reach the natural harmonies of number ib, 531c, the Pythagorean way of life 10, 600a, Pythian oracle the 5, 461e, 7, 540c, Q, quacks 5, 459, quarrels dishonorable 2, 378, 3, 395e, will be unknown in the best state 2, 378b, 5, 464 ECP, Laws 5, 739, Quarrels of the Gods and Heroes 2, 378, rational element of the soul 4, 435, 442, 6, 504a, 8, 550a, 9, 571, 580e, 581 CP, Tim. 69e72, ought to bear rule and be assisted by the spirited element against the passions. 4, 441e, 442, characterized by the love of knowledge. 9, 581b, the pleasures of the truest. ib, 582, preserves the mind from the illusions of sense. 10, 602, rationalism among youth. 7, 538 CP, Laws 10, 886, reaction. 8, 564a. Read learning to 3, 402a. Reason, a faculty of the soul, 6, 511d CP. 7, 533e. Reason and appetite, 9, 571 CP. 4, 439, 442 and Tim, 69e. Fall. Reason should be the guide of pleasure, 9, 585, 587. Reflections, 6, 510a. Relations, slights inflicted by in old age, 1, 329. Relative and correlative, qualifications of 4, 437 fall. CP. Gog, 476, how corrected, 7, 524. Relativity of things and individuals, 5, 479. Fallacies caused by, 9, 584, 585, 10, 602, 605 c. Religion, matters of left to the god at Delphi, 4, 427 ACP. 5, 461e, 469a, 7, 540b. Residues, method of 4, 427e. Rest and motion, 4, 436. Retail traders, necessary in the state, 2, 371 CP. Laws 11, 918. Reverence in the young, 5, 465 a 369 CP. Laws 5, 729, 9, 879, 11, 917a. Rhetoric, professors of 2, 365d. Rhythm 3, 400, goes with the subject, ib 398d 400b. Its persuasive influence, ib 401e 10, 601b. Riches, see wealth. Riddle, the of the eunuch and the bat, 5, 479c. Ridicule, only to be directed against folly and vice, 5, 452e. Danger of unrestrained ridicule, 10, 606 CP. Laws 11, 935a. Riding, the children of the guardians to be taught, 5, 467, 7, 537 ACP. Laws 7, 794d. Right and might, 1, 338 fall. Ruler, the in the strict and in the popular sense, 1, 341b. The true ruler does not ask but claim obedience, 6, 489 CCP. Paul, 300, 301. The ideal ruler, ib. 502. Rulers of states, do they study their own interests? 1, 338d, 343, 346 CP. 7, 520c. Are not infallible, 1, 339. How they are paid, ib. 347. Good men do not desire office, ibid. 7, 520d. Why they become rulers, 1, 347. Present rulers dishonest, 6, 496d. In the best state must be tested by pleasures and pains, 3, 413 CP. 6, 503a. 7, 539e. Have the sole privilege of lying, 2, 382, 3, 389a. 414c. 5, 459d CP. Laws 2, 663 must be taken from the older citizens, 3, 412 CP. 6, 498c. Will be called friends and saviors, 5, 463, 6, 502e. Must be philosophers, 2, 376, 5, 473, 6, 484, 497 fall, 501, 503b, 7, 520, 521, 525b, 548, 543, the qualities which must be found in them, 6, 503a. 7, 535, must attain to the knowledge of the good, 6, 506. 7, 519, will accept office as a necessity, 7, 520e. 540a, will be selected at 20, and again at 30 from the Guardians Ib. 537 must learn arithmetic Ib. 522 526 geometry Ib. 526 527 astronomy Ib. 527 530 harmony Ib. 531 at 30 must be initiated into philosophy Ib. 537 539 at 35 must enter on active life Ib. 539e after 50 may return to philosophy Ib. 540 when they die will be buried by the state and paid divine honors 3. 414a 5. 465e 469a 7. 540b cp Guardians S sacrifices private 1. 328b 331d in atonement 2. 364 human in Arcadia 8. 565d sailors necessary in the state 2. 371b Sarpedon 3. 388c sauces not mentioned in Homer 3. 404d Scamander beleaguered by Achilles 3. 391b skepticism danger of 7. 538 539 science let 1 f10 pi I to sigma tau eta mu eta a division of the intellectual world 7. 533 ECP 6. 511 the science is distinguished by their object 4. 438 CP charm 171 not to be studied with a view to utility only 7. 527a 529 530 their unity Ib. 531 use hypotheses Ib. 533 correlation of Ib. 537 sculpture must only express the image of the good 3. 401b painting of far 420 DCP laws 2. 668e Scylla 9. 588c Scythian Anachasis the 10. 600a Scythians the characterized by spirit or passion 4. 435e self-indulgence in men and states 4. 425e 426 self-interest the natural guide of men 2. 359b self-made men bad company 1. 330c self-mastery 4. 430 431 370 sense objects of twofold 7. 523 knowledge given by imperfect Ibid. 10. 602 sense and intellect 7. 524 senses the classed among faculties 5. 477c Seriphian story of Themistocles and the 1. 329e servants old family 8. 549e sex in the world below 10. 618b sexes to follow the same training 5. 451 466 CP laws 7. 805 equality of advantageous Ib. 456 457 relation between Ib. 458 fall CP laws 8. 835e freedom of intercourse between in a democracy 8. 563b CP women sexual desires 5. 458 ECP laws 6. 783a 8. 835e shadows 6. 510a knowledge of shadows epsilon letta 1 f30 kappa alpha sigma iota alpha one of the faculties of the soul 6. 511e 7. 533e shepherd the analogy of with the ruler 1. 343 345 CP Paul 275 shopkeepers necessary in the state 2. 371 CP laws 11. 918 shot sight 2. 368d Sicily can tell of Charondas 10. 599e Sicilian cookery 3 404d. Sight, placed in the class of faculties 5 477c, requires in addition to vision and color, a third element light 6 507, the most wonderful of the senses, ibid, compared to mind, ib 508, 7 532a, illusions of 7 523 10, 602 603d, the world of sight 7 517, sign the of Socrates 6 496c, silver mingled by the god in the auxiliaries 3 415a cp 416e 8 547a, and gold not allowed to the guardians 3 416e 419 422d 5 464d cp 8 543. Simonides, his definition of justice discussed 1 331d 335e, a sage, ib 335e, simplicity. The first principle of education 397 fall 400e 404, the two kinds of ib 400e, of the good man ib 409a, in diet 8 559 ccp 3 404d, sin punishment of 2 363 10 614 fall cp, Hades world below, sirens harmony of the 10 617b, skilled person the cannot Thrasymachus 1 340d, slavery more to be feared than death 3 387a, of Hellenes condemned 5 469b, slaves the uneducated man harsh towards 8 549a, enjoy great freedom in a democracy, ib 563b, always inclined to rise against their masters 9 578 cp, laws 6 776 777, smallness and greatness 4 438b 5 479b 7 523 524 9 575c 10 602d 605c, smell pleasures of 9 584b, snake charming 1 358b, Socrates goes down to the Piraeus to see the feast of Bendes 1 327, detained by Polemarchus and Glaucon, ibid, converses with Cephalus, ib 328 332, trembles before Thrasymachus, ib 336d, his irony, ib 337a, his poverty, ib d, a sharper in argument, ib 340d, ignorant of what justice is, ib 354c, his powers of fascination, 2 358a, requested by Glaucon and Adamantus to praise justice per se, ib 367b, cannot refuse to help justice, ib 368c, 427d, his oath by the dog 3 399e 8 567e 9 592a, hope to have evaded discussing the subject of women and children 5 449 472 473 cp 6 502e, his love of truth 5 451a 6 504, his power in argument 6 487b, not unaccustomed to speak in parables, ib e, his sign, ib 496c, his earnestness in behalf of philosophy 7 536b, his reverence for Homer 10 595c 607 cp 3 391a. 371 soldiers must form a separate class. 2 374, the diet suited for 3 404d cp, guardians, women to be soldiers 5 452 466 471e, punishment of soldiers for cowardice, Ib. 468a, cp. Warrior. Solon, famous at Athens, 10. 599e, quoted 7. 536d. Son, the supposititious, parable of 7. 537e. Song, parts of 3. 398d. Sophists, their view of justice, 1. 338 fall. Verbal quibbles of Ib. 340. The public, the great sophist, 6. 492. The sophists compared to feeders of a beast, Ib. 493. Sophocles, a remark of quoted 1. 329b. Sorrow not to be indulged, 3. 387, 10, 603, 606, has a relaxing effect on the soul. 430a, 10, 606. Soul, the has ends and excellences, 1. 353d. Beauty in the soul, 3. 401. The fair soul in the fair body, Ib. 402d. Sympathy of soul and body, 5. 462d. 464b. Conversion of the soul from darkness to light, 7. 518, 521, 525 cp. Laws 12, 957e, requires the aid of calculation and intelligence in order to interpret the intimations of sense, Ib. 523, 524, 10, 602, has more truth and essence than the body, 9. 585d. Better and worse principles in the soul, 431. The soul divided into reason, spirit, appetite, Ib. 435, 442, 6. 504a, 8. 550a, 9. 571, 580e, 581 cp. Tim. 69e, 72, 89e, Laws 9. 863, Faculties of the Soul, 6. 511e, 7. 533e, Oppositions in the Soul, 10. 603d cp. Soph. 228a, Laws 10. 896d, The Lame Soul, 3. 401, 7. 535 cp. Tim. 44, Soph. 228. The soul marred by meanness, 6. 495 ECP. Gog, 524 E. Immortality of the soul, 10. 608 Fall, cp. 6. 498 C. Number of souls does not increase, 10. 611 A. The soul after death, Ib. 614 Fall. Transmigration of souls, Ib. 617 cp. Fida, 249, Tim, 90 E. Fall. The soul impure and disfigured while in the body, Ib. 611 cp. Phaedo 81, compared to a many-headed monster, 9. 588, to the images of the sea god Glaucus, 10. 611, like the eye, 6. 508, 7. 518, harmony of the soul, produced by temperance, 4. 430, 442, 443 cp. 9. 591d and Laws 2, 653b. Eye of the Soul, 7. 518d, 527e, 533d, 540a. 5 Forms of the State and Soul, 4. 445, 5. 449, 9. 577. Soul, the psychology of the Republic, while agreeing generally with that of the other dialogues, is in some respects a modification or development of their conclusions. The division of the soul into 3 elements, reason, spirit, appetite, here first assumes a precise form, and henceforward has a permanent place in the language of philosophy, cp. Introd, p. lxvi. On this division, the distinction between forms of government is based, CSV government. Virtue, again, is the harmony or accord of the different elements, when the dictates of reason are enforced by passion against the appetites, while vice is the anarchy or discord of the soul when passion and appetite join in rebellion against reason. Cp. 444, 10, 609 Fall, Soph. 228, Paul 296d, Laws 10, 906c. Regarded from the intellectual side, the soul is analyzed into four faculties: reason, understanding, faith, knowledge of shadows. These severally correspond to the four divisions of knowledge: 6, 511e, 2 for intellect and 2 for opinion, and thus arises the Platonic proportion, being, becoming, intellect, opinion, and science, belief 372, understanding, knowledge of shadows. These divisions are partly real, partly formed by a logical process, which, as in so many distinctions of ancient philosophers, has outrun fact, and are further illustrated and explained by the allegory of the cave in Book Romans 7, see Introduction, p. X. Civ. The pre-existence and the immortality of the soul are assumed. The doctrine of Leta 1 F00 nu alpha mu nu eta sigma iota sigma, or remembrance of a previous birth, is not so much dwelt upon as in the Meno, Phaedo, or Phaedrus. Neither is it made a proof of immortality, Meno 86, Phaedo 73. It is apparently alluded to in the story of where we are told that the pilgrims drank the waters of unmindfulness. The foolish took too deep a draught, but the wise were more moderate. 10, 621a. In the XDH book, Glaucon is supposed to receive with amazement Socrates' confident assertion of immortality, although a previous allusion to another state of existence has passed unheeded. 6, 498d, and in earlier parts of the discussion e.g. 2, 362, 3, 386. The censure which is passed on the common representations of Hades implies in itself some belief in a future life. Cp. Introduction to Phaedo, Vol. I. The argument for the immortality of the soul is not drawn out at great length or with the emphasis of the Phaedo. It is chiefly of a verbal character. All things which perish are destroyed by some inherent evil, but the soul is not destroyed by sin, which is the evil proper to her, and must therefore be immortal. Cp. Introd. p. clxvi. The condition of the soul after death is represented by Plato in his favorite form of a myth. Cp. Meno 81, Phaedo 88, Gog 522. The Pamphylian warrior who is supposed to have died in battle, revives when placed on the funeral pyre and relates his experiences in the other world. He tells how the just are rewarded and the wicked punished, and is privileged to describe the spectacle which he had witnessed of the choice of a new life by the pilgrim souls. The reward of release from bodily existence is not held out to the philosopher, Phaedo 114c, but his wisdom, which has a deeper root than habit. 10, 619, preserves him from overhaste in his choice and ensures him a happy destiny. The transmigration of souls is represented in the myth much as in the Phaedrus and Timaeus. Plato in all likelihood derived the doctrine from an Oriental source, but through Pythagorean channels. It probably had a real hold on his mind as it agreed, or could be made to agree, with the conviction which he elsewhere expresses of the remedial nature of punishment. Cp. Protag. 323, Gog. 523, 525. Sounds and Music. 7, 531a. Sparta. See Lace Demon. Spectator, the unconsciously influenced by what he sees and hears. 10, 605, 606 CP, Laws 2, 656a, 659c, the philosopher, the spectator of all time and all existence. 6, 486 ACP, Theat, 173e, spendthrifts in Greek states. 8, 564, Spercheius, the river god. 3, 391b, Spirit must be combined with gentleness in the guardians. 2. 375. 3. 410. 6. 503 CP. Laws 5. 731b. Characteristic of northern nations. 4. 435e. Found in quite young children. Ib. 441 ACP. Laws 12. 373 963. The spirited or passionate element in the soul. Ib. 440 Fall. 6. 504a. 8. 550a. 9. 572a. 580e. Must be subject to the rational part. 4. 441 ECP. Tim. 30c. 70. 89d. Predominant in the timocratic state and man. 8. 548. 550b. Characterized by ambition. 9. 581b. Its pleasures. Ib. 586d. The favorite object of the poet's imitation. 10. 604. 605. Stars. Motion of the 7. 529. 530. 10. 616e. State relation of to the individual. 2. 368. 4. 434. 441. 5. 462. 8. 544. 9. 577 BCP. Laws 3. 689. 5. 739. 9. 875. 877 C. 11. 923. Origin of 2. 369 Fall. CP. Laws 3. 678 Fall. Should be in unity. 4. 422. 5. 463 CP. Laws 5. 739. Place of the virtues in. 4. 428 Fall. Virtue of state and individual. Ib. 441. 6. 498 E. Family life in. 5. 449 CP. Laws 5. 740. The luxurious state. 2. 372 D. Fall. The best state. Classes must be kept distinct. Ib. 374. 3. 379 E. 415 A. 4. 421. 433 A. 434. 441 E. 443. 5. 453 CP. 8. 552 A and Laws 8. 846 E. The rulers must be philosophers. 2. 376. 5. 473. 6. 484. 497 Fall. 501. 503 B. 7. 520. 521. 525 B. 548. 543 CP. Rulers. The government must have the monopoly of lying. 2. 382. 3. 389 A. 414 C. 5. 459 DCP. Laws 2. 663 E. The poets to be banished. 3. 398 A. 8. 568 B. 10. 595 Fall. 605 A. 607 ACP. Laws 7. 817. The older must bear rule, the younger obey. 3. 412 CP. Laws 3. 690 A. 4. 714 E. Women, children, and goods to be common. Ib. 416. 5. 450 E. 457 Fall. 462. 464. 8. 543 ACP. Laws 5. 739. 7. 807 B. Must be happy as a whole. 4. 420 D. 5. 466 A. 7. 519 E. Will easily master other states in war. 4. 422. Must be of a size which is not inconsistent with unity. Ib. 423 CP. Laws 5. 737. Composed of 3 classes: traders, auxiliaries, counselors. Ib. 441a. May be either a monarchy or an aristocracy. Ib. 445 ccp. 9. 576d will form one family. 5. 463 cp. Paul 259 will be free from quarrels and lawsuits. 2. 378. 5. 464. 465. Is it possible? 5. 471. 473. 6. 499. 7. 540 cp. 7. 520 and laws 4. 711 e. 5. 739, framed after the heavenly pattern. 6. 500 e. 7. 540 a. 9. 592, how to be commenced. 6. 501. 7. 540. Manner of its decline. 8. 546 cp. Crit. 120. The best state that in which the rulers least desire office. 7. 520. 521. The four imperfect forms of states. 4. 445b. 8. 544 cp. Paul 291 fall. 391 fall. Succession of states. 8. 545 fall. cp. Government forms of existing states, not one but many. 4. 423 a. Nearly all corrupt. 6. 496. 7. 519. 520. 9. 592. State. The polity of which Plato sketches the outline in the Republic may be analyzed into two principal elements: an Hellenic state of the older or Spartan type, with some traits borrowed from Athens. Roman 2, an ideal city in which the citizens have all things in common, and the government is carried on by a class of philosopher rulers who are selected by merit. These two elements are not perfectly combined, and as Aristotle complains, Paul, Roman 2, 5, section 18, very much is left ill-defined and uncertain. Like Hellenic cities in general, the number of the citizens is not to be great. The size of the state is limited by the requirement that it shall not be larger or smaller than is consistent with unity. The convenient number 50/40, which is 374 suggested in the laws, v. 737, is regarded by Aristotle, Paul, Roman 2, 6, section 6, as an enormous multitude. Again, the individual is subordinate to the state. When Adeimantus complains of the hard life which the citizens will lead, like mercenaries in a garrison, 419, he is answered by Socrates that if the happiness of the whole is secured, the happiness of the parts will inevitably follow. Once more, war is supposed to be the normal condition of the state, and military service is imposed upon all. The profession of arms is the only one in which the citizen may properly engage. Trade is regarded as dishonorable. Those who are good for nothing else sit in the agora buying and selling. 2. 371d. The warrior can spare no time for such an employment. Ib. 374c. In the laws, Plato's ideas enlarge. He thinks that peace is to be preferred to war. 1. 628, and he speculates on the possibility of redeeming trade from reproach by compelling some of the best citizens to open a shop or keep a tavern. 11. 918. In these respects, as well as in the introduction of common meals, Plato was probably influenced by the traditional ideal of Sparta cp. Introd. p. clxx. The Athenian element appears in the intellectual training of the citizens, and generally in the atmosphere of grace and refinement which they are to breathe. Csv. Art. The restless energy of the Athenian character is perhaps reflected in the discipline imposed upon the ruling class. 7. 540, who when they have reached 50 are dispensed from continuous public service, but must then devote themselves to abstract study, and also be willing to take their turn when necessary at the helm of state. cp. Laws 7. 807, Thucid. 70, Roman 2, Voti. Roman 2. The most peculiar features of Plato's state are 1. The community of property, 2. The position of women, 3. The government of philosophers. 1. The first CSV, though suggested in some measure by the example of Sparta or Crete CP. Arist. Paul. Roman 2. 5. Section 6 is not known to have been actually practiced anywhere in Hellas, unless possibly among such a body as the Pythagorean Brotherhood. 2. Nothing in all the Republic was probably stranger to his contemporaries than the place which Plato assigns to women in the state. The community of wives and children, though carefully guarded by him from the charge of licentiousness. 5. 458e would appear worse in Athenian eyes than the traditional license of the Spartan women. Arist. Paul. Roman 2. 9. Section 5, which, so far as it really existed, no doubt arose out of an excessive regard to physical considerations in marriage. Again, the equal share in education, in war, and in administration which the women are supposed to enjoy in Plato's state was, if not so revolting, quite as contrary to common Hellenic sentiment. CP. Thucyd. Roman 2. 45. The Spartan women exercised a great influence on public affairs, but this was mainly indirect. CP. Laws 7, 806, Arist. Paul. Roman 2. 9, Section 8. They did not hold office or learn the use of arms. At Athens, as is well known, the women of the upper classes at least lived in an almost oriental seclusion and were wholly absorbed in household duties. Laws 7, 805e. 3. Finally, the government of philosophers had no analogy in the Hellenic world of 375 Plato's time. He may have taken the suggestion from the stories of the Pythagorean rule in Magna Graecia. But it is also possible that these accounts of the brotherhood of Pythagoras, some of which have reached us on very doubtful authority, may be themselves to a considerable extent colored and distorted by features adapted from the Republic. Whether this is the case or not, we can hardly doubt that Plato was chiefly indebted to his own imagination for his kingdom of philosophers, or that it remained to himself an ideal, rather than a state which would ever play her part in actual life. Tim. 1920. It is at least significant that he never finished the Critias, as though he were unable to embody, even in a mythical form, the city of which the pattern is laid up in heaven. Statesmen in their own imagination. 426. Statues polished for a decision. 2. 361d. Painted. 420d. Steadiness of character, apt to be accompanied by stupidity. 6. 503 CP. Theat. 144b. Stesichorus says that Helen was never at Troy. 9. 586 c. Stories improper not to be told to children. 2. 377. 3. 391. CP. Children education. Strength. Rule of 1. 338. Style of poetry. 3. 392. Styles various. Ib. 397. Sticks. 3. 387b. Suits will be unknown in the best state. 5. 464e. Sumptuary laws. 423, 425. Son, the compared with the idea of good. 6. 508, not sight, but the author of sight. Ib. 509. The son of Heracleitus. Ib. 498a. Supposititious son, parable of the 7. 538. Sympathy of soul and body. 5. 462d, 464b. Aroused by poetry. 10. 605b. Syracusan dinners. 3. 404d. Tactics. Use of arithmetic in 7. 522e. 525b. Tartarus equals hell. 10. 616a. Taste. Good. Importance of 3. 401. 402. Taxes heavy imposed by the tyrant. 8. 567a. 568e. Teiresias alone has understanding among the dead. 3. 386e, Telemann 10, 620b. Temperance sigma omega phi rho omicron sigma epsilon nu eta. In the state 3, 389, fa, 430 fol. CP. Laws 3, 696, Temperance and Love 3, 403a, fostered in the soul by the simple kind of music, ib. 404e, 410a, a harmony of the soul, fa. 430, 441e, 442d, 443 CP. 9, 591d and Laws 2, 653b, one of the philosopher's virtues, 6, 485e, 490e, 491b, 494b CP, Phaedo 68, Temple Robbing 9, 574d, 575b, Territory, Devastation of Hellenic, not to be allowed, 5, 470, Unlimited, not required by the good state, fa. 423 CP, Laws 5, 737, Thales, Inventions of 10, 600a, Thamira's Soul of chooses the life of a nightingale, 10, 620a, Theges, the bridal of 6, 496b, Themis did not instigate the strife with the gods, 2, 379e, Themistocles, answer of, to the Seriphian, 1, 330a, Theology of Plato, 2, 379 fol. CP. God, their sights puts on the form of a monkey, 10, 620c, Theseus, the tale of and Perithous not permitted, 3, 391c, Thetis not to be slandered, 2, 381d, 376 her accusation of Apollo, ib. 383a, Thirst, fa. 437e, 439, an inanition, kappa epsilon nu omega sigma iota sigma, of the body, 9, 585a, Thracians, procession of in honor of Bendes, 1, 327a, characterized by spirit or passion, fa. 435e, Thrasymachus, the Chalcedonian, a person in the dialogue, 1, 328b, described, ib. 336b, will be paid, ib. 337d, defines justice, ib. 338c fol. His rudeness, ib. 343a, his views of government, ibid. CP. 9, 590d, his encomium on injustice, 1, 343a, his manner of speech, ib. 345b, his paradox about justice and injustice, ib. 348b fol. He blushes, ib. 350d, is pacified and retires from the argument, ib. 354 CP. 6, 498c, would have Socrates discuss the subject of women and children, 5, 450, Timocracy 8, 545 fol. Origin of ib. 547, the Timocratical man described, 8, 549, his origin, ibid. Tinka, the prosperous, 6, 495, 496, Tops, fa. 436, Touch race and equestrian, 1, 328a, Touch 7, 523e, Traders, necessary in the state, 2, 371, Traditions of ancient times, their truth not certainly known to us, 2, 382c CP, 3, 414c, and Tim, 40d, Crit. 107, Paul, 271a, Laws fa. 713e, 6, 782d, Tragedy and Comedy in the State, 3, 394 CP, Laws 7, 817, Tragic Poets, the Eulogizers of Tyranny, 8, 568a, Imitators, 10, 597, 598, Training, Dangers of 3, 404a, Severity of 6, 504a CP, 7, 535b, Transfer of children from one class to another, 3, 415, fa. 423d, Transmigration of Souls 10, 617. C. Soul, Trochaic Rhythms 3, 400b. Troy 3, 393e. Helen Never at 9, 586c. Trojan War 2, 380a. Treatment of the Wounded in 3, 405e. 408a. The Army Numbered by Palaems 7, 522d. Truth is not lost by men of their own will 3, 413a. The Aim of the Philosopher 6, 484, 485, 486e. 490, 500c. 501d 7, 521, 537d 9, 581, 582c. CP Supra 5, 475e. 7, 520, 525, and Phaedo 82, Phaeda 249, Theat 173e. Soph 249d 254a. Akin to Wisdom 6, 485d. To Proportion Ib 486e. No partial measure of sufficient Ib 504. Love of essential in this world and the next 10, 618. Truth and Essence 9, 585d. Tyranny 1, 338d. Equals injustice on the grand scale Ib 344 CP. Gog 469. The wretchedest form of government 8, 544 C. 9, 576 CP. Paul 302 E. Origin of 8, 562, 564. The Tyrannical Man 9, 571 Fall. Life of Ib 573. His treatment of his parents Ib 574. Most miserable Ib 576. 578. Has the soul of a slave Ib 577. Tyrant the Origin of 8, 565. Happiness of Ib 566 Fall. 9, 576 Fall. CP Laws 2, 661b. His rise to power 8, 566. His taxes Ib 567a. 568e. His army Ib 567a. 569. His purgation of the city Ib 567b. Misery of 9, 579. Has no real pleasure Ib 587. How far distant from pleasure Ibid. Tyrants and Poets 8, 568. Have no friends Ibid. 9, 576 CP. Gog 510 C. Punishment of In the World Below 10, 615 CP. Gog 525. U. Understanding. A faculty of the soul 6, 511 D. Equals Science 7, 533 E. Union impossible among the bad 1, 352 ACP. Lyces 214, 377 Unity of the State 4, 422, 423, 5, 462, 463 CP. Laws 5, 739. Absolute Unity 7, 524 E. 525 E. Unity and Plurality Ibid. Unjust Man the Happy Thrasymachus 1, 343, 344 CP. Gog 470 Fall. His unhappiness finally proved 9, 580 10, 613. Injustice equals private profit 1, 344 C. Injustice. Uranus, Immoral Stories About 2, 377 E. User, a better judge than the maker 10, 601 CCP. Crat 390. Usury, sometimes not protected by law 8, 556 ACP. Laws 5, 742 CV. Valetudinarianism 3, 406, 4, 426 A. Vala, prizes of 5, 468. Vice, the disease of the soul, Fa, 444, 10, 609 Fall, CP, Sof, 228, Paul, 296d, Laws 10, 906 C, is many, Fa, 445. The proper object of ridicule, 5, 452 E, fine names for the vices, 8, 560 E, CP, injustice. Virtue and Justice, 1, 350 CP, Meno 73E 79, thought by mankind to be toilsome, 2, 364 ACP, Laws 807D, Virtue and Harmony, 3, 401 ACP, 7, 522A, Virtue and Pleasure, 3, 402 ECP, Pleasure, not promoted by excessive care of the body, Ib. 407 CP. 9, 591d, makes men wise, 3, 409e, divided into parts, Fa, 428 Fall, 433, in the individual and the state, Ib. 435 Fall, 441 CP. Justice, the health of the soul, Ib. 444 CP. 10, 609 Fall, and Sof, 228, Paul, 296d, is 1, Ib. 445, may be a matter of habit, 7, 518 E 10, 619d, impeded by wealth, 8, 550 ECP, Laws 5, 728 A 742, 8, 831, 836 A, Virtues of the Philosopher, 6, 485 Fall, 490d, 491b, 494b CP, Philosopher, place of the several virtues in the state, Far, 427 Fall, visible world divisions of 6, 510 Fall, 7, 517, compared to the intellectual 6, 508, 509, 7, 532a, vision 5, 477, 6, 508, 7, 517, see sight, W, Wa, causes of 2, 373, Fa, 422 Fall, 8, 547a, and Ot, 2, 374 ACP, Fa, 422, and Laws 11, 921 E, men, women, and children to go to, 5, 452 Fall, 467, 471 E, 7, 537 A, regulations concerning, 5, 467, 471, a matter of chance, Ib. 467 ECP, Laws 1, 638 A, distinction between internal and external, Ib. 470 ACP, Laws 1, 628, 629, the guilt of always confined to a few persons, Ib. 471b, love of, especially characteristic of timocracy, 8, 547 E, cannot be easily waged by an oligarchy, Ib. 551 E, the rich and the poor in Wa, Ib. 556 C, a favorite resource of the tyrant, Ib. 567 A, warrior, the brave, rewards of 5, 468, his burial, Ib. E, the warrior must know how to count, 7, 522 E, 525, must be a geometrician, Ib. 526. Waves, the 3, 5, 457 C, 472 A, 473 C, weak, the by nature subject to the strong, 1, 338 CP, Gog, 489, Laws 3, 690 B, not capable of much, either for good or evil, 6, 491 E, 495 B. Wealth, the advantage of in old age, 1, 329, 330, the greatest blessing of Ib. 330, 331, the destruction of the arts, Fa, 421, influence of on the state, Ib. 422 ACP, Laws, Fa, 705, 5, 729a. The sinews of war, Ibid, all-powerful in oligarchies and timocracies, 8. 548a, 551b, 553, 562a. An impediment to virtue, 378 ib, 550 ECP, Laws 5, 728a, 742e, 8. 831, 836a should only be acquired to a moderate amount, 9. 591 ECP, Laws 7. 801b, the blind god of wealth, Pluto, 8. 554b, wealthy the everywhere hostile to the poor, 4. 423a, 8. 551 ECP, Laws 5, 736a, flattered by them, 5. 465c, the wealthy and the wise, 6. 489b, plundered by the multitude in democracies, 8. 564. 565, weaving the art of 3. 401a, 5. 455d, weep the guardians not to 3. 387 CCP, 10. 603e, weighing art of corrects the illusions of sight, 10. 602d, whole the in regard to the happiness of the state, 4. 420d, 5. 466a, 7. 519e, in love, 5. 474c, 475b, 6. 485b, Wall the Great, 10. 616. Wicked the punishment of in the world below, 2. 363, 10. 614, thought by men to be happy, 1. 354, 2. 364a, 3. 392 BCP, 8. 545a and Gog, 470 fall. Laws 2, 66, 1, 10, 899e, 905a. Wine, lovers of 5. 475a. Wisdom, sigma omicron phi iota alpha, phi rho omicron nu eta sigma iota sigma, and injustice, 1. 349, 350, in the state, 4. 428, akin to truth, 6. 485d, the power of 7. 518, 519, the only virtue which is innate in us, Ib. 518e, wise man the equals the good, 1. 350 CP, 1 Alcib. 124, 125, definition of 4. 442c, alone has true pleasure, 9. 583b, life of Ib. 591, the wise to go to the doors of the rich, 6. 489b, wise men said to be the friends of the tyrant, 8. 568, wives to be common in the state, 5. 457 fall, 8. 543, wolves men changed into, 8. 565d, wolf and flock, proverb, 3. 415d, women employments of 5. 455, differences of taste in Ib. 456, fond of complaining, 8. 549d, supposed to differ in nature from men, 5. 453, inferior to men, Ib. 455 CP, Tim. 42, Laws 6. 781, ought to be trained like men, Ib. 451, 466 CP, Laws 7. 805, 8. 829e, in the gymnasia, Ib. 452, 457 CP, Laws 7. 813, 814, 8. 833, in Wa, Ib. 453 fall, 466e, 471 ECP, Laws 6. 785, 7. 806, 814a, to be guardians, Ib. 456, 458, 468, 7. 540c, and children to be common, 5. 450e, 457 fall, 462, 464, 8. 543 CP, Laws 5, 739, C Super SV State, p. 374, World that cannot be a philosopher, 6. 494a, World below the seems very near to the aged, 1. 330e, not to be reviled, 3. 386 fall, CP, Crat, 403, Laws 5, 727e, 8. 828d, Pleasure of Discourse in 6, 498d CP, Apol, 41, Punishment of the Wicked in 2, 363, 10, 614 fall, Sex in 10, 618b, Heroes who have ascended from the world below to the gods, 7, 521c, X Xerxes, perhaps author of the maxim that justice equals paying one's debts, 1. 336a, Y. Young the how affected by the common praises of injustice, 2. 365, cannot understand allegory, Ib. 378e, must be subject in the state, 3. 412b CP, Laws 3, 690a, Fa. 714e, must submit to their elders, 5. 465 ACP, Laws Fa. 721d, 9. 879c, 11. 917a, CP, Children Education. Youth the corruption of not to be attributed to the sophists, but to 379 Public Opinion, 6. 492a, Youthful Enthusiasm for Metaphysics, 7. 539 BCP, Phil. 15e, Youthful Skepticism, not of long continuance, Ib. DCP, Soph. 234e, Laws 10, 888b, Z. Zeus, his treatment of his father, 2. 377e, throws Hephaestus from heaven, Ib. 378d, Achilles descended from 3. 391c, did not cause the violation of the treaty in the Trojan War or the strife of the gods, 2. 379e, or send the lying dream to Agamemnon, Ib. 383a, or lust for Hea, 3. 390b, ought not to have been described by Homer as lamenting for Achilles and Sarpedon, Ib. 388c, Lycaean Zeus, 8. 565d, Olympian Zeus, 9. 583b, The End. Oxford, printed at the Clarendon Press by Horace Hart, printer, to the University. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules set forth in the general terms of use part of this license apply to copying and distributing project and may not be used if you charge for an e-book, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use copies of this e-book. Complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this e-book for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg e-books may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with e-books not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start. Full license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work. Distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full www.gutenberg.org/license. Electronic works. Electronic work. You indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1. 8. Used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1. See below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this electronic works. See paragraph 1. Below. Foundation or PGLAF owns a compilation copyright in the collection. Works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as works in compliance with the terms of this agreement. For keeping the comply with the terms of this agreement, by keeping this work in the you share it without charge with others. 1d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work, or any representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1e1. The following sentence with active links to or other performed, viewed, copied, or distributed. This e-book is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this e-book. Derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder. The work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 or trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1e8 or 1e9. With the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. License terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this one. E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1e1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg license. 1e6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official www.gutenberg.org, you must at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the 1e7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, unless you comply with paragraph 1e8 8 or 1, E9, 1, E8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that S/he license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1, F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy. If a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work, you comply with all other terms of this agreement for free. 1. E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing forth in section 3 below. 1. F. Effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the project electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored may contain defects, such as but not limited to incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1. F2. Limited warranty. Disclaimer of damages except for the right of replacement or refund, described in paragraph 1. F3. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract, except those provided in paragraph 1, F3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F3. Limited right of replacement or refund if you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it. You can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this defect you cause. Electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure archive foundation and how your efforts and donations can help. See sections 3 and 4 and the foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. 501c. 3. Educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's EIN, or Federal Tax Identification Archive Foundation, are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 41 Watchung Plaza #516, Montclair, NJ 07042, USA, +1 862 621 9288. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact Literary Archive Foundation public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and volunteer support editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. S, unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www. Gutenberg, OG, Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks.